Audiobook, The Globalism and the New World Order. By Milco Baute. Written and published in 2018. Introduction. For those who do not know God and His Word, those who ignore or deny history, and those who forget the statements made by the progressive elite of major powers, American leftists, and those responding to globalist interests across political parties, globalism and the New World Order are merely right-wing conspiracy theories. However, there is no worse blind person than one who refuses to see or is complicit in the totalitarian world system that aims to deny the global transformation planned by the satanic elite for the world. In this book, I will explain a topic that many are unaware of or deny through historical, political, and prophetic analysis. I have gathered articles from various sources to shed light on the future that looms with globalist plans, which will unfold sooner or later as written and foreseen in the Holy Scriptures. This is not something new, fictional, invented, or a conspiracy theory. It has been planned for a long time by those who want to dominate the world, creating an economic, political, and religious empire to establish their new world order. To create a new moral, social, political, economic, cultural, and religious order in a satanic fashion, it is necessary to end the established order by God, deny or pervert the Bible as a moral foundation, transform or deform the principles, values, customs, traditions, culture, history, education, ethics, and morality of society, as well as the biological and physical order. What is not of God is of the devil. I am not a political scientist, analyst, sage, or scholar. I am just a human being with knowledge of scriptures, history, and politics. I have discernment in spiritual matters because God grants gifts to His children who are led by His Spirit and search the scriptures, where the truth and knowledge of God are found, Ephesians 4, 7-13, and 1 Corinthians 12, 1-11. I am a person who likes to be informed and inform others, to warn of the impending danger, to show them the path of truth and reason, and to help them make the right decision when fulfilling their civic duty to vote, as it is written, freely you have received, freely give, Matthew 10, 8. Globalism is the ideology of the future, or rather, it is a fusion of various ideologies with the purpose of establishing global dominance. Globalism represents the New World Order. Spiritually, this is the reign of the Antichrist, and globalization represents the control of the world economy. Spiritually, it becomes the mark of the beast. It is prophetic and will happen, regardless of any human effort to prevent it. It will be fulfilled as foretold in the Holy Scriptures. Our duty is to prepare, and be ready for the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, the Christ of glory, to rescue us before this happens and to prepare future generations that will live in a time of chaos, persecution, transformation, or deformation, increased immorality, and the judgments of God. See 1 Corinthians 15, 50-52, John 14, 1-3, Revelation 3, 10. 1 Thessalonians 4, 13-17. George Soros is a key player in this globalist strategy, using his economic power and political influence to finance some NGOs and political destabilization groups worldwide. The so-called Lord of Chaos, who is part of the IMF, has publicly advocated for this new world order and the urgent need for unification, transformation, and globalization. An architect of crises and financial collapses, as well as political destabilization in various countries. A pawn of the devil, an instrument of evil, declared atheist and anti-Christian, he is the mastermind of this chess game, of which we will provide a comprehensive analysis of who he is and his intentions. The idea of a new world order is not something new, modern, or limited to this century or the last century. It arises from the illuminated masters of Bavaria in the 18th century, known as the Illuminati. Created by a German Jewish man named Adam Weishaupt in 1776. The Illuminati sect. It is the largest movement in the so-called secret societies. Their motivation? Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new order of the ages. There is an order of chaos. In other words, chaos is not a random and senseless problem. It always carries a purpose. In the case of the Illuminati, chaos will lead them to world domination and the destruction of the world as we know it. This group's power is so great that it has caused the greatest events in history, such as the French Revolution and the fall of the monarchy, the fall of the Tsars in the former Soviet Union, the First and Second World Wars, the assassination of J.F. Kennedy, the attacks on September 11 in the U.S., March 11 in Madrid, the Iraq War, the conflict in the Middle East, and finally, the future Third World War. This will usher in the New Age, and they, the Illuminati, will present the new Messiah, the new Jesus, to rule the world, the Antichrist. Under their tutelage. The Illuminati need people of great importance in all walks of life among their ranks. It is not surprising to find names like Washington, Roosevelt, Jefferson, Bush father and son, Karol Wojtyla, John Paul II, Pope Francis, and many more who have already passed into history. The way to reach power is very simple, the so-called thesis and antithesis, producing from them the synthesis. This means that a contrary movement must emerge from what is established, leading to a confrontation between the two. Thus, the new men, enlightened by God, will bring about a new order that will satisfy both parties, the feared synthesis. This already occurred in world wars and is occurring or has already occurred at the moment. When a war started in the Middle East due to the false attack on the Twin Towers, a malevolent plan. This should lead to a struggle between the Muslim and Christian worlds, giving rise to a new group that will bring peace and the necessary order. Uniting people in a single religion without borders or countries. They will present the new Messiah, synthesis, promised in all religions, imitating God's plan. Promoted by the current Pope. Whether you believe in this theory or not, find it amusing, annoying, or outrageous, the truth is that this is its origin and the source of this diabolical plan for domination and control. Its name may be out of fashion, but the plan, intention, motivation, investment, and effort to achieve a unique, globalist, totalitarian system that controls the economy, politics, religion, our lives, our destiny, our thoughts, and our decisions still exist. Their strategy may be different from the original, but chaos, destabilization, moral degeneration, and persecution remain their purpose to achieve transformation, deformation, and the imposition of a world government and uniform thought. I don't call them Illuminati, I call them by their current and real name, the Globalists. This movement, rise, and ideology are joined by subjects, puppets, followers, and people of all kinds, educated, celebrities, powerful, greedy, religious, ignorant, fanatics, charlatans, traitors, perverts, criminals, mafiosos, dictators, and politicians of all parties. Some out of conscience, others out of ignorance, others out of naivety, and others out of political, monetary, and social interests, etc. The globalist agenda includes state control, gun control, disarmament of the population, demilitarization, liberalism with its feminism and LGBTQ. Lesbians, gays, transgenders, bisexuals, and whatever else is added later, and its promotion, the imposition of gender ideology and diversity as the right of individuals and social classes, abortion, no longer for health needs or prevention but for entertainment, rejection, and population control, open borders, uncontrolled immigration, multiculturalism, social heterogeneity, Islamism and religious syncretism as a religious basis, commonalities with socialism, although it denies the existence of God in its principle, it is a dictatorial ideology of power, control, and repression, depopulation or population reduction, wars, terrorist attacks, creation and financing of terrorist and extremist cells, dictatorships or their financing and agreements with them are attributed to this, increased immorality, and limitation or religious persecution that grants freedom to individuals not conforming to that new order of diversity in moral and social deformation, cultural, religious, educational, and historical transformation, as well as the transformation of principles, values, foundations, customs, and traditions. Socialism and globalism. Globalism. Many have heard that word, not precisely from the mouths of globalists or the press, but few really know what globalism is. When you hear that word, associate it with modern fascism. Simply put, this is the ideology that will exist or dominate in the New World Order. Remember that for this New World Order to emerge and exist, capitalism as an economic and social model, which gives much independence to the individual and less control of the state over our lives, must be eliminated. But what this new world order seeks is to have happy slaves, or at least satisfied ones, like the Cuban system, for example. The average person should not transcend, and we all have to be dependent on that global or world government, so that we are forced to accept everything they impose on us. This new form of modern socialism is called inclusive capitalism, with the control of a world government. In 1848, the antithesis was created in opposition to the existing thesis, which was capitalism, and it was called communism, a derivative of the utopian socialism that existed. This was done to bring conflict, wars, and chaos. 70 years later, it was implemented in Russia, which lasted 70 years. Consequently, the experimental or failed synthesis emerged, which was fascism, a derivative of nationalist socialism, a fusion between socialism and capitalism. But now, this new synthesis created with the intention of a new world order, NWO, is known as globalism. The fascism that has become more known is Hitler's, but that was not the real fascism, it was a derivative called Nazi fascism or Nazism. Fascism was not even an idea of Benito Mussolini, although he was the one who made it known. It was an idea of European progressives from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Both the First and Second World Wars were part of the globalist elite's plans to create global chaos and bring about the New World Order, planned for centuries. Of course, these plans would take time, effort, investment, and a whole process to change the world and force us to accept the powerful's global domination with their order, laws, and restrictions. Both Marx's communism and Hitler's fascism were financed and imposed by satanic minds with economic power and political influence. Not all politicians come to power in a clean way or without resources, there is always corruption, and sponsors with ambitions for more power, as it is convenient for globalists to have more poor people in the world to become richer every day. Control, dominance, manipulation, restriction, repression, wars, destabilization, and chaos are part of their strategy. Matthew 24. And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not alarmed, for this must take place, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places. All these are but the beginning of the birth pains. Remember that prophecies are being fulfilled, and what is yet to come will be fulfilled because humanity is hopeless. It degenerates more and more, accepting and even defending evil. I regret to say that the U.S. will fall like Babylon the Great of Revelation, and capitalism will pass into history so that globalism will be the ideology or system that governs this world in the future. And when I speak of the prophecy of the Great Babylon of Revelation, I agree with theologians who affirm that it is the U.S. and not the Vatican because this is talked about not only in Revelation but also in Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Habakkuk, Daniel, and the Psalms. It is also found in the secret code of the Bible, which are hidden prophecies in the midst of texts, with names, places, and even exact dates. Socialism is the main basis of globalism. Capitalism is the only functional system that exists, while socialism has not worked anywhere it has been applied, in any form, branch, doctrine, or manner. It simply does not work. It takes away spiritual, intellectual, and economic freedom from the individual, which capitalism offers as an economic and social model in constant evolution. Socialism controls the masses, controls the media, controls the laws, and controls the economy. You may believe all the tall tales they tell you, the fables told by Marxist idols, globalists, fighters for the poor, and empty promises that will never be fulfilled. It is proven that socialism as a political, economic, and social system is in the mind of this new world order, the globalist elite, the religious elite, and the powerfully rich elite to keep us at a level of collective mediocrity and to be more manipulable. To keep us in a low profile so that we cannot be independent or transcend intellectually and economically, and this is to control us better. Communism and its foundations have not died, it has mutated and expanded worldwide. The left says, progressivism. And in reality, that is far from what progress is. It is rather progress towards political, social, economic, and cultural change. Then they say, democratic socialism. Because it sounds better, something like socialism with democracy and rights, nothing could be further from the truth, but that's what they sell. Then they say, better socialism. Because socialism is not bad, it is a system of equality for all, and with full socialism, we can get rid of opponents, unify powers, and have total control. But then, after they force socialism on us, they will say, communism. So that it works better because communism is perfect socialism. With this, a proletarian dictatorship is implemented, justifying the persecution, imprisonment, repression, and even execution of anyone who resists, does not collaborate, does not participate, or does not approve of that system. Then we will become another North Korea, Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Vietnam, Laos, and China. Although the Chinese are smarter, they do not believe in multiculturalism, acceptance of diversity, cultural transformation, and societal deformation, but here in America, that does not happen. We are very flexible and very diverse, and many are willing to change, transform, and accept other cultures and values out of respect for others because we must adapt to them, and not them to us. Democrats liked the Electoral College election system when Bill Clinton and Barack Obama became presidents, but when George W. Bush became president, they became hysterical, unpleasant, intolerant, demanding, critical, and no longer liked it. Now that Donald Trump wins the elections, by the same means and through the same process, they return with their hysteria and even worse. As we get closer to that new world order that has been planned for centuries and has already been imposed for decades, where socialism, authoritarianism, and globalism make it up, but the capitalism, conservatism, and Christianity we know, biblical Christianity, do not fit or adapt to that new world order because capitalism offers personal improvement, individual prosperity, and independence for anyone who strives and transcends. That is why leftists and liberals are more aggressive, more violent, more intolerant, more imposing, and more devils. For the 2020 elections, the biggest fraud in the history of United States elections occurred. Philanthropic and corporate technocrats, who finance progressive leftist campaigns and have total control of the technology on which we, unfortunately, depend for counting votes, were evident. This was clear from the evidence shown in the movie, The 20,000 Mules, by Indian-American director D'Souza, a Republican documentarian who has made other documentary feature films about the corruption of the Democratic Party and the crimes of its political leaders such as Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. This is not widely publicized because it is not convenient for the owners of the elites who control, finance, and manage the major media and entertainment industries. Something really shameful for the freest and most sovereign nation we thought we had, and for the so-proclaimed democracy and human rights that we thought we enjoyed. Democracy in America was a beautiful virgin who has been violated by corrupt politicians. The American left with the Democratic Party at the forefront has turned to the extreme left, to totalitarianism. It is no longer what it was in the times of Kennedy or before, we see the signs and evidence. Political leftism, no matter its name, derivation, or doctrine, whether liberal, progressive, or communist, is all the same, all comes from the same ideology, doctrine, principle, and philosophy. If you believe in equitable distribution of goods, class equality, and social justice, that we should all have the same mentality, the same resources, the same goals, and the same destiny, except for their leaders, then you are a conscious Democrat. But if you also believe in abortion, infanticide before birth, state control, globalization, multiculturalism, loss of one's own culture, traditions, and customs of your nation or the nation where you live, and even its history, you are a good Democrat. If you are also anti-democratic, anti-capitalist, anti-conservative, anti-Christian, anti-Semitic, and we can add morally depraved or aberrant, you are a true Democrat. And it's not just my opinion, it's the facts that show what the left, especially the Democratic Party, has become. If you don't feel like that, if you don't believe in these ideas, principles, ideology, philosophy, thought, and doctrine, why do you support it? He who approves of sin is complicit in sin. He who supports or is conscious of sin is guilty of the same sin, and God will not consider the guilty innocent. Though they know God's righteous decree that those who practice such things deserve to die, they not only do them but approve those who practice them. Romans 1:32. The Lord is slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love, forgiving iniquity and transgression, but he will by no means clear the guilt, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, to the third and the fourth generation. Numbers 14:18. If you don't like a candidate or a political party, don't vote, and that's it. It's not mandatory. Vote or believe by conscience and conviction, not because of a pretty face, nice words, manipulated news or media misinformation, false promises, because you feel poor and think everyone should be, because of the current mediocrity and ignorance in the world, or because of what people say. There is a way that seems right to a man, but its end is the way to death. Proverbs 14:12. When people do not educate themselves, read, and cultivate their minds and spirits, they are easy to manipulate. They do not transcend, do not analyze, become more irrational, and are only given to entertainment, immorality, lies, and gossip, easily following the current of mediocrity. These are the ones that suit political leftism, authoritarianism, intolerance, and dictators. Worse, they are becoming more numerous because other things occupy their minds and time, including television, smartphones, social media, electronic games, shows, and gossip. Although technology is a good tool for information and research, people prefer to use it only for distraction. Socialism, regardless of its intensity, color, or flag, is not much more or much less than. Government control leads to corruption. Constitutional changes and the foundations of the nation. Multiculturalism, globalization, cultural transformation. Shared misery and collective mediocrity. An apparent representative democracy, manipulated democracy. Repression for those who oppose. I recommend reading Vladimir I. Lenin's book, called Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution. One of the chapters and strategy was, the tactic of eliminating conservatives from government. The Word of God says, "He who sows righteousness will have a sure reward." Like righteousness leads to life, so he who pursues evil pursues it to his own death. Those of crooked heart are an abomination to the Lord, but those of blameless ways are his delight. Proverbs 11:18-20. Migration, emigration, immigration. Before explaining everything related to globalism and the New World Order, I want to share an article I wrote in 2018 in response to the illegal immigrant caravans flowing towards the U.S. border from Central America, originating in Honduras. People from all over Latin America joined these caravans, entering the U.S. irregularly, inappropriately, and illegally, claiming rights they didn't have, often with an aggressive attitude. Armed groups accompanied them, leaving a trail of havoc and violent incidents. Many didn't even bring their documents because a significant number were criminals. These caravans were funded by the left and globalist elite, especially with money from George Soros, a sponsor of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton's political campaigns, known as the Lord of Chaos, responsible for destabilizing governments, companies, and ruining countries. His mission in America is to morally and socially destroy it. Chaos and disorder are part of his strategy, hence creating a migration crisis to discredit the current government, the Republican Party, and the system that has operated for over 2 centuries. This is a globalist strategy, demanding open borders in a first-world country, a superpower like the U.S., to continue the process of deformation and transformation, a predetermined disorder. When we talk about migration and immigration, it touches the human sensitivity of wanting to be compassionate and kind to those in need, and to distribute our resources. However, this can limit us because obviously, to support hundreds of thousands of people immigrating without papers, without visas, without resources, and irregularly, someone has to pay for it. This burden falls on taxpayers, legal citizens working hard for their families, well-being, and future. Socialism is compassionate and generous but with other people's money. Socialism doesn't generate profits, lacks a stable and growing economic plan, only takes, charges, and raises taxes. When I speak of socialism, I include any idea or doctrine resembling it, including globalism, which, in my opinion, is even worse. Immigration is not a right, it is an individual decision. Anyone who emigrates, whether within a state or to another country, must adjust and adhere to the laws of the destination, as in the case of the U.S., composed of 50 independent states, each with its own laws, forming part of the Union. Immigrants must be willing to integrate into the country, state, or society, not to demand, change, or disrupt laws and customs. Immigrants should be grateful, honest, and hard-working. They should be an asset, not a burden. Unfortunately, Latinos or Hispanics, for the most part, come to this country to collect, not to contribute. They seek benefits without sacrificing, coming to demand things they didn't in their home country, wanting to live off the government. This is the type of people the left needs for mass support, voters, to destabilize the country and implement their ideology of control. That's why there is rejection. It's not just racism, which exists in any race and country, but rejection. We've created that image, that stereotype, and we're seen as a homogeneous group. However, Asians, Europeans, Canadians, Australians, and even Africans don't experience the same rejection. Primarily because in those countries and cultures, with a different mentality and level of education and sacrifice, they speak English, even if it's not their native language, and those who speak a second language have a higher culture and education than others who don't bother to learn. Many Latinos or Hispanics want to migrate to another country without knowing anything about that country, its culture, language, or laws. Many are deceived by others who tell them they will be granted asylum or received as refugees, with the intention of taking money from them or for political interests. For example, this migrant caravan is not spontaneous but well prepared, financed, and organized by the globalist elite, with the left and the Democratic Party at the forefront, to destabilize the country and create a migration crisis and chaos. As if we didn't already have enough problems with poverty, unemployment, illiteracy, sickness, disability due to accidents, war, or diseases, single mothers, and children with problems. On top of that, they come with demands, and that's why I say they come to collect, not to contribute. Many got stranded in Mexico, some even demanding specific types of food because they don't eat beans, tacos, or tortillas. They are allowed into a foreign country, and yet they come with such demands. This shows the kind of people who want to enter this country, the U.S. These people only come to further contaminate the country, and with their demands, rudeness, violence, and filth they leave in their wake, they have already polluted Mexican lands, becoming a burden for poor Mexicans who also face problems of violence, drug trafficking, crime, corruption, and poverty. The United States receives 1 million legal immigrants every year. This country has been overly generous with immigration. The current administration and all previous ones have absolutely nothing against immigration. Because being an immigrant is one thing, being an intruder is another. An immigrant is legal and enters through checkpoints with proper documents. Anyone trying to enter any country irregularly, secretly, violating the law, infiltrating, or entering inappropriately, irregularly, or illicitly is not an immigrant, they are criminals. Criminal comes from the word crime, someone who commits a crime. If entering irregularly is a crime, whether by land, sea, or air, hiding, not through checkpoints, how much more of a crime is entering with false documents, buying them here or in any country, or stealing the identity of a citizen of that country, as is the custom. In the U.S., there are agencies dedicated to selling fake documents and identities to illegals so they can work. I know undocumented people who have told me, and I have advised them not to do it, that it is not of God, that it is a sin, a crime, punishable, and they will be accountable to the authorities and, above all, to God. You might say, it's easy for you because you are legal. But I honestly tell everyone that if I had to come and live in this country illegally, I would never have done it because I never liked doing anything illicit, illegal, or improper, even when I was not a Christian. I came because it was legal, and when I entered this country, I did so with residency because my maternal grandfather was born here in Key West and moved to Cuba at the age of 19. Then his children, including my mother, gradually came to this country of their descent. But if you think I'm very fortunate, let me tell you my story. Since I was 12 years old in Cuba, I always dreamed of traveling, and more than traveling, I wished to leave the country. When my mother decided to leave Cuba, knowing that, even though my grandfather had already passed away, she could avail herself of his American citizenship, the process began, taking more than 5 years because an original birth certificate from Florida was needed. From the age of 20 to 26, I had the patience to wait, knowing that I had the hope of leaving, although my idea was to leave the country legally for any other country. What I mean is that, although I could have used other methods, such as marrying a foreigner or leaving Cuba on a boat clandestinely, as many have done, I didn't. I decided to wait on God and do things the right way. I don't judge those who do because Cuba is a communist regime of 6 decades where prosperity, progress, economic independence, and personal fulfillment are just dreams without the possibility of achievement. Only those committed to the system, communist leaders, or those risking arrest because almost everything is illegal in Cuba can achieve them. But many of the people coming in Central American caravans already have relatives in the U.S. and prefer to come through the border, believing they will enter freely if they come in masses, rather than waiting for their relatives to request or claim them legally. Anyone in the U.S. with parents, spouses, children, or siblings in another country can legally request them to immigrate, but that takes time, obviously. Those without relatives can apply for a visa to visit and then find a way to settle in the U.S. legally, as many have done, otherwise, they emigrate wherever they can. Not everyone can enter the U.S. just because they want to, we need to be realistic. God is the God of all and for all, and God is with everyone everywhere. God is our Creator, Savior, Provider, Refuge and Strength, our immediate help, Healer, and Comforter. God's promises are for His children who love Him in spirit and truth because God is light and spirit. He created us to have a relationship with Him, not to be bound by the dogmas of a religion. God does not dwell in anything made by human hands. He abhors idols as well as idolaters because it is an abomination to Him. I say this because many of these people, out of habit, tradition, ignorance, or stubbornness, worship an imaginary God and not the true God, the invisible God, the Almighty, Creator of heaven and earth. That's why they sink deeper into misery every day, immersed in their idolatry. Customs, ignorance, third world mentality, dependency. They can't move forward on their own, strive to learn something, fight, trade. Even without resources, you can always do it because God gave us the imagination to be creative, to be leaders, not followers, gave us gifts, virtues, abilities. We are rational beings, Homo sapiens, not animals, we were created in His image and likeness. And although not all these people are the same, ignorant, illiterate, idolaters, miserable, in the case of the migrant caravan, the most painful thing is that they let themselves be deceived, and evil people manipulate them for their interests, convenience, evil purposes, monetary gains, or whatever the reason. The organizers of these invading migrant caravans are paid people, and all these individuals, in their ignorance and need, believe they can come here and achieve what their country never gave them. It is not right to use groups, communities, races, or people from other countries to victimize them and create more hatred towards this nation, its laws, constitution, principles, values, customs, and traditions, for political, partisan, ideological, and authoritarian purposes. If you want to have compassion, have it by adopting one of these families, sending them $25, $50, or $100 monthly so they can get by, and sending donations to their homes, and their communities in their countries. Why manipulate the masses and bring all these poor people here to burden the citizens, the taxpayers? They want to demand benefits, be maintained, and even receive free health insurance and education, while those of us who work, strive, pay taxes, have to pay for health insurance and education for our children. That is unfair. Why doesn't Jorge Ramos, the renowned Hispanic journalist, or rather, the propagandist of the American left, adopt one of these families and support them for at least 2 years with $50 monthly. With the money he earns and the millionaire lifestyle he leads, living in a $1 million mansion, fenced and with space for up to 20 families, he can send $50 monthly to 100 families for some time. $5,000 a month is nothing for him. And like him, hundreds of thousands can do the same. And believe me, $50 a month goes a long way for these people. Many live on less than that. That's compassion. But victimizing to create pity is diabolical manipulation. Undoubtedly, the migration crisis is another strategy of the globalist elite to force us to accept open borders, with an avalanche of migrants from everywhere, bringing more poor people, more mediocre individuals, more people wanting to depend on the government, on social benefits, people who do not come to contribute but to collect. This way, they get more voters and create more chaos, and more diversity, to lose identity and make people more manipulable. But the beauty of this American nation is law and order, something that took time to establish for the benefit of its citizens and cost a lot of blood. Globalism, gender ideology, cultural Marxism, and ideological bias. The term globalism, as its name implies, refers to a world government formed by supranational organizations, that is, above the administration of each country. According to the critical view of the phenomenon, this domination was planned and is being executed as we speak by the global banking elite, the same individuals who own all multinational corporations. It is the bankers and their wealthy friends, such as George Soros, Bill Gates, Oprah Winfrey, Michael Bloomberg, and others, who finance progressive projects aligned with cultural Marxism. Globalism is an organized scheme, a project of global domination disguised as multiculturalism. The concept of globalism differs from globalization. The latter is related to the economy, although globalization is the vehicle through which globalists aim to take over national governments. Globalization is sold as a voluntary and spontaneous order, but in reality, it is a series of coordinated actions by supranational organizations and multinational corporations working with political accomplices in national governments to achieve the end of national sovereignty through trade agreements, the elimination of borders, and the acceptance of massive migration to developed and developing countries. Gender ideology. A series of pseudoscientific gender studies that began in the 1960s and 1970s in the United States and Europe theorized that there was a difference between biological sex and gender. According to this academic school, being a man or a woman depends not only on genitals or chromosomes but also on cultural and behavioral patterns. These standards, according to theorists in the field, are acquired in social life. Conservative scholars, however, believe that the findings of gender studies failed to validate the exact biological sciences. For them, the current gender studies could not even be called a theory because it lacks scientific rigor. Therefore, we speak of gender ideology as a set of ideas that argue that each person should define themselves as a man or a woman. This is one of the least scientific claims made in a long time. This kind of belief accepts that people can define themselves not only as men or women but also as rabbits, people of different ethnicities, etc. In the words of some conservative politicians, gender ideology is promoted by a group of thinkers who conclude that the child is born neutral, grows neutral, and then decides what they want to be. That is simply pseudoscience, devoid of all reason and evidence. In other words, gender ideology is madness, as explained by clinical psychologist Jordan Peterson. Cultural Marxism. Cultural Marxism is the revolutionary current that seeks to transform society while dismantling capitalist, Western civilization by changing cultural values. But what does Marxism mean? Marxism supports the idea that the working class should take control of the means of production in a given country. Thus, workers would take control of the state and start a classless society. While classical Marxism, the thinking of Karl Marx, primarily refers to economics, currents after World War II have come to support cultural Marxism, which is separating society to install a new type of culture. Politically correct discourse. Politically correct discourse is a manipulative tool to centralize power. Charlton Heston once said that politically correct discourse is tyranny with manners, and he was right. Massive ignorance is key to achieving the kind of society we live in and the kind of environment the elite has planned for all of us. It says that fear, a very human feeling of being rejected, is one of the pillars of current action to divide social groups that would otherwise have strong bonds. Language manipulation by imposing a veil of semantic fog has become a powerful tool to turn individuals into self-censoring, senseless, and easily controllable beings. The effective capture of society is carried out through major media, Hollywood, pop culture, academia, religion, and, more recently, the family. The agenda with the intention of centralizing power and control is presented to society disguised behind messages of equity, equality, feminism, and the idea of destroying the so-called patriarchal society. Anyone who dares to express their opinion against the brainwashing movement is immediately accused of promoting homophobic, racist, anti-Semitic speech, being a womanizer, a Holocaust denier, and so on. Politically correct language is what has been sanitized. Phrases, words, and expressions that were once common in society can no longer be used in a political and organized context. According to the current crises of political correctness, the censorship and public disapproval of such expressions tend to destroy the values of Western society, such as nation, family, and religiosity. Here is the plan presented by a former CIA official. Socialism. Socialism is the set of doctrines and political movements that aim only at the interests of workers in a society where there is no private ownership of the means of production. In socialism, the state, not the market, defines the direction of the economy based on plans drawn up by the government itself. The state controls the means of production and acts as an intermediary process to lead to a classless society. Examples of modern socialism include Venezuela, Cuba, and until 2018, Brazil. During his inauguration, Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro said that the Brazilian people began to free themselves from socialism. He also mentioned the end of state gigantism, a term related to the idea of socialism as extensive state control in the economic area. Ideological bias. Bias means distortion or tortuosity in the way of observing, judging, or acting. Ideology means a set of ideas, convictions, and philosophical, social, and political principles that characterize the thinking of an individual, group, movement, era, society. For example, the former president of Brazil, Bolsonaro said in his inauguration speech that he would create a virtuous circle in the economy to stimulate growth, without ideological biases. He also said in Parliament that he would remove the ideological bias from our international relations. By not applying any ideological bias in government or politics, it is understood that this government will perform its functions without the influence of any ideology. Instead, it will work for the improvement of the country without following a conservative or liberal bias. That is the kind of work Donald Trump has been doing since taking office in 2016, and that is precisely what globalists don't like about him. It explains why global media criticize Trump daily. That is why experts and opinion makers, mainly from the left side of the political spectrum, call him racist, homophobic, womanizer, etc. In reality, the media has become a mafia, seeking to establish a collectivist thought, which is tainted by radical ideological prejudices. On the international stage, for example, the fight against ideological bias would mean prioritizing bilateral or trilateral agreements with other countries instead of seeking approval from international organizations such as the UN, WTO, WHO, NATO, and others. In summary, the political and ideological battle being waged today in the Western world is for the preservation of independent and sovereign nation-states against a global government led by supranational organizations. The battle is for or against a project of global domination, for or against the unscientific ideology of gender, for or against cultural Marxism and politically correct discourse, for or against socialism, for or against ideological bias. The question is, will Western society understand what is at stake in this battle? Will its members have the courage to fight for nationalism, science, reason, politically incorrect discourse, true capitalism, and unbiased news and information. Globalism is the new world order. The alliance between megacorporations, banks, and governments constantly strengthens as they extend their power over populations. In this article, we will use the example of what is happening in Australia to illustrate a hidden element that can be applied to all nations worldwide. The medical cartel serves the new world order. The principle applied is quite simple. If the degree of citizen obedience is expanded in a specific area, this obedience will eventually spread to all areas. In other words, the trick is to create the basic habit of obedience. This habit of obeying then extends to the subconscious mind and leads individuals to obey everything. Globalism and the New World Order require population obedience because their methods are often so blatant that only programmed and obedient robots can accept them. Let's take a scandalous example: the upcoming globalist treaty, the TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, a treaty similar to the TTIP, Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership. When ratified by the 12 involved countries, Australia, Brunei, Canada, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, the United States, and Vietnam, it will establish the right of companies to bypass national courts and demand that their products be sold without tariffs, without worrying about paying slave-like wages to workers, and without worrying about poisoning the environment with toxic chemicals. The TPP, like the TTIP, is a secret treaty. In Australia, for example, it will be signed by the government cabinet before considering any parliamentary legislative support. Here's a brief quote from Australia. The TPP has over 20 chapters covering everything from labor to the environment, intellectual property, and telecommunications. Negotiations have been kept secret, even from our own parliamentarians and senators. But we know, from leaked drafts of the TPP text, that there are legitimate reasons for concern. Have you read the last part of the text? Not even Australia's elected lawmakers have read the treaty. They are not authorized to do so. Something similar has happened in the U.S., and legislators have only had access to limited sections. In other words, we are dealing with a secret treaty that profoundly affects the lives of all individuals in those 12 countries, and only a few chosen ones know exactly what it contains. And with the TTIP in Europe, something similar is happening. From a globalist perspective, this means one thing: for these maneuvers to succeed, populations must be subjected to a state of unconditional obedience. They must agree with whatever the program says as if they were hypnotized. Otherwise, if populations were awake, they would mass revolt against such undemocratic and tyrannical abuses. This is what any awakened population would do. If we went out on the streets, for example, in Australia, and asked any passerby, would you ratify a secret treaty that will place the entire Australian population under the boot and control of megacorporations? The answer would be obvious: no. I would never allow it. However, it is happening, and there are no massive protests in Australia or any of the other 12 countries that will be part of the TPP. And in Europe, except for some protests and demonstrations related to the TTIP that cannot be called massive, there has been no popular reaction. What explains this lack of reaction from people? John Rappaport sees links between this submissive obedience and the overall goals of the global medical cartel worldwide. The primary goal of the medical cartel is to subject every person on the planet to an ongoing system of diagnosis and medication from birth to the grave. Make every person, first and foremost, a medical patient. Condition every person to obey orders. And that is the key behind medicine: obedience. What do we think about doctors, from when we are little? That doctors know. That we shouldn't question them or wonder about what they do. That we should only do everything the doctor tells us to do. That we must obey them from the first breath to the grave. Take the medications, weaken yourself, and therefore, be more obedient at a much deeper level. This is the system that primarily induces obedience in the world. We recently saw Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott issue a directive on vaccination. All exemptions have been cancelled. Families receiving government aid will stop receiving assistance if they refuse to vaccinate their children. They have no freedom of choice in the matter. They must obey, period. When citizens are made to obey in one area, that obedience spreads to other areas. People get used to a long life of obedience in all aspects. It is no coincidence that historically, the family with the most responsibility for the emergence and development of modern medicine and the globalist agenda is the Rockefeller family. The system governing modern medicine is a mind control operation designed to create a servile attachment by the patient. Attachment to the authority of the doctor and everything he orders. Attachment to the toxic drugs he prescribes. Attachment to labels identifying diseases that the doctor pronounces. In these and other aspects, modern medicine is like a secular church, and doctors are its priests in white coats. They are everywhere in contemporary societies. They rule. They subject the parishioners, now patients, to their arbitrary decrees. The result of this long-term conditioning, patients develop a deep habit of loyalty to authority. This habit spreads like ink on blotting paper and then begins to apply to all areas of life. And that ultimately allows the government to say, look, we are going to sign a treaty, and you won't know what's in it. But it's a good thing. It's for everyone's benefit. Don't ask us to reveal the details. Do you ask your doctor to explain, in detail, the scans he took of your brain? Of course not. That's beyond your understanding. You are not prepared to understand it. Well, regarding this treaty, which spans thousands of pages, you are not prepared to comprehend the complex economic details it contains. But you can be sure, through your hypnotic faith, that we are on your side. We want the best for you. There are various terms to define this: psychic conditioning, brainwashing, mental programming, mind control. All of them refer to the establishment of behavior habits, that is, thoughtless behavior. A brilliant hypnotherapist, Jack True, once wrote, 9 out of 10 of my patients who walk through the door of my office are convinced that I practice some form of medicine. That's what they want to believe. They want me to tell them what to do while they are awake, and they want me to tell them what to do while they are in a trance. All they are looking for is another doctor, like the ones they usually visit. Our entire civilization is hypnotized by white coats. It took me several years to overcome my astonishment at this fact. It is massive hypnosis on a large scale. If you want to be free, you must observe all of society as a whole and find out where the deepest form of conditioning comes from. You have to find out where the most successful hypnotic maneuver comes from. Because that is where global mind control is strongest. And in modern society, it's the doctors. For that reason, governments ally with doctors. It's a perfect partnership. Someday, we may see a president dressed in a white coat, with a stethoscope hanging from his neck and a syringe in his hand. He will be able to tell people that the sky is the earth and that the stars are traffic lights, and they will believe it. Doctors are the key pieces that will lead us to the new world. From a practical standpoint, we can see secret treaties like the TPP or the TTIP providing global protection to the medical cartel, international exemption from lawsuits against big pharmaceutical companies, exemption from liability for toxic drugs and vaccines, agreements to extend the confinement periods in a psychiatric facility for certain patients beyond what is dictated by the courts. The medical cartel and the globalists go hand in hand toward the future being created for all of us. The Holy Church of Medicine and its allies and useful fools have all the strength at the moment. They want obedient slaves. But they must not win. What will happen in the end? The globalist agenda is real, and the globalists themselves pose the greatest threat to human civilization. Every day, more and more people are affected in some way due to the globalists and the globalist agenda. Considering the entire globalist plan, globalist ideology, and other globalist propaganda, I believe it is time to redefine what a globalist is. The most popular definition of a globalist and who the globalists are so far is: The globalist movement is an alliance based on the self-interest of private international financiers and royal, dynastic, and hereditary families that own families in Great Britain, Europe, and America. Over the years, they have intermarried to create a self-regenerating power structure that, through lies and deception, seeks to control everything and everyone. Although this definition of who and what a globalist is true, I believe it does not go far enough to explain why the globalists aim to bring about the New World Order, why the globalists exist, and where the globalists want the global community to be in 50, 100, and 200 years. It is also an appropriate time to evaluate the standard definition of who the globalists are, since they have now invaded almost every country in the world. Until 30 years ago, globalists only had an interest and presence in Western countries and a limited number of African and Asian countries. A new definition of who the globalists are. After much consideration and reflection, I would like to propose to activist, free-thinking, and anti-globalist movements that we define globalists as. Globalists are a conglomerate of individuals, interest groups, and large corporations actively seeking to eliminate all countries to create a borderless society. Their goal is to centralize, reduce, and standardize all economies, production, and processing of natural resources so they can control, manipulate, and directly influence the decisions we make to ensure they maintain their power, control, wealth, and historical influence. This new definition of who the globalists are has a broader vision of why they exist and why and with what purpose they seek to implement their globalist agenda. If you have been following the recent elections in 2016 at all, you have probably heard the words globalist and globalism thrown around a lot. Lauren Southern explains that some who use it are nationalists or patriots, see globalism as a threat to the sovereignty of their nation, whichever nation that happens to be. Others argue that the term globalism is just a terrifying catchword invented by Trump supporters or the alt-right, far right. A word that means nothing at best and is racist code at worst. The reality is that globalism means something very specific and very dangerous if you value democracy, individualism, or any of the values of Western civilization. Basically, a globalist is someone who believes that everyone should compromise their religions and accept what the state, a New World Order state, wants everyone to accept. Former U.S. President Barack Obama, Pope Francis, and former UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon are globalists. Many members of major political parties in the United States are globalists, as are many in the European Union. Globalists want to redefine society based on the human reasoning of the elite ruling classes. They believe that more government controls and the merging of religious views are the main keys to this. Basically, they do not believe that God has standards that people really need to adhere to and believe that a more enlightened humanity will produce some kind of utopia for planet Earth. They do not really believe in the coming kingdom of God as a source of peace and prosperity, spiritually speaking. Will the globalists succeed? Yes, according to biblical prophecy. The European beast of the sea will rise, Revelation 13. 1. Destroy the U.S. and its Anglo-Saxon descendant allies, Daniel 11. 39, and be worshipped by the world. And the whole world marveled and followed the beast. So they worshipped the dragon who gave authority to the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with him? Revelation 13. 3-4. After the United States falls, Daniel 11. 39, everyone will marvel and follow the globalist agenda. It should be noted that the Bible also shows that those in the lands of the Middle East and North Africa will not do so for long, as many will unsuccessfully rebel according to Daniel 11. 40-43. And later, the Russians and Asians will successfully rebel against it, Daniel 11. 44-45, Jeremiah 50. 41-43. The Bible thus shows that parts of the globalist agenda will be implemented. For a time, many will think that humanity has solved its major problems, see Daniel 9. 27, peace deal. But it will bring a sudden destruction upon many, 1 Thessalonians 5 verse 3, and will ultimately destroy itself, see Daniel 2. 44, Revelation 17:14. When Jesus returns, the globalists will gather in a way they had not done before and will fight against him. But this will not succeed. Then I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse. And he who sat on him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness, he judges and makes war. His eyes were like a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. He had a name written that no one knew except himself. He was clothed with a robe dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies in heaven, clothed in fine linen, white and clean, followed him on white horses. Now out of his mouth goes a sharp sword, that with it he should strike the nations. And he himself will rule them with a rod of iron. He himself treads the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty God. And he has on his robe and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Then I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the birds that fly in the midst of heaven, Come and gather together for the supper of the great God, that you may eat the flesh of kings, the flesh of captains, the flesh of mighty men, the flesh of horses and of those who sit on them, and the flesh of all people, free and slave, both small and great. And I saw the beast, the kings of the earth, and their armies gathered together to make war against him who sat on the horse and against his army. Then the beast was captured and with him the false prophet who worked signs in his presence, by which he deceived those who received the mark of the beast and those who worshipped his image. These two were cast alive into the lake of fire burning with brimstone. And the rest were killed with the sword which proceeded from the mouth of him who sat on the horse. And all the birds were filled with their flesh. Revelation 19:11-21. Jesus will bring an end to the humanistic globalist agenda and implement the true utopia, the millennial kingdom of God. The millennial kingdom of God is something that the Feast of Tabernacles, which began today, foreshadows. It represents the end of Satan's inspired New World Order, and the related globalist agenda. Donald J. Trump, The Hindrance of the New World Order. In my book, Why Donald Trump? I explain 10 fundamental reasons why Donald Trump was chosen by God for this time and elected by voters, winning the battle for the presidency of the United States despite traps, a campaign of hatred and defamation against him, scandals, gossip, and accusations that continue to attack and discredit him up to now, 2019, similar to what happened with Richard Nixon, also a Republican, in 1974. But the 3 main reasons why God chose Donald Trump at this time and extended his mercy are: the evangelical Christian church was praying for the nation, for security, for a spiritual awakening, a revival, and for the recovery of the values on which this nation was founded, which were being lost as Obama's administration was leading the U.S. to spiritual ruin, see Isaiah 1:9. National security and the integrity of the most powerful nation in the world, a model and blessing for the entire world, as God is a covenant-keeping God who fulfills his promises. Like the pilgrims who migrated from Europe seeking lands of freedom to worship God freely, escaping religious persecution in ancient times, they arrived in America to establish themselves, and since then, God has guarded and blessed this nation, despite wars and powerful enemies. The state of Israel, the people of God, also due to the promise made to Abraham, the father of the Jews and the father of faith. God protects Israel from all its enemies. Israel, a small but prosperous and blessed nation, resides in a minefield, surrounded by enemies seeking its destruction not out of vengeance but due to religious beliefs. God allowed the United States to grow as a nation and become powerful to defend a younger brother, the people of Israel, a free and sovereign nation, the people of God, from whom salvation comes to humanity because Jesus was Jewish. I believe that if Israel did not exist, the world would not exist or would not have prevailed, and if the United States did not exist as the main ally, Israel would not exist or would not have prevailed. That's why these are the main spiritual reasons why God chose a strong, arrogant, and unlikable man, but firm, determined, courageous, diligent, with principles, values, and love for his country. And here I quote a part of my book. Analyzing from a neutral point of view to avoid staying on the relative side of the truth, because when we see and analyze things from our point of view, our side, or our way of thinking, we make the mistake of judging improperly. When emotion controls reason, many mistakes are made. That's why we must see things from a neutral point of view to look around and not look to one side, as this way we will see better and be able to draw better conclusions, to contribute better ideas that build, not destroy. The human brain is like a computer's hard drive. When a virus enters the system, it starts to malfunction, becomes slow, and loses data until it becomes useless, unless it is fixed in time. In life, sometimes we receive those viruses that come from misinformation, cultural tradition, or mediocre education. So, we fix those ideas in our minds and consider them true and secure when they are not. The biggest culprit of this can be the media or misinformation media, as I call them, because that is more or less their purpose or what they try to do. Especially when the media are biased and partisan, representing only one ideology, religion, and culture. In my opinion, television is a curse that does more harm than good because it only sells gossip, trivia, and bad news. They earn more with sensationalism, violent news, and scandals than in keeping the population informed and educated, which should be the main goal. People have already become accustomed to sensationalism and evil because that's what they see every day. The worst part is that they fix that information in their minds, damaging their rational thinking. These individuals who accept these types of news create more hatred, more violence, and more chaos, to the point that they are unable to discern good from evil. This leads them to change their peaceful personality and civilized way of living in society, rejecting the law and order, democracy, values, and culture of the country where they reside, in this case, the United States, a free and democratic nation, founded on principles and values. Despite mediocre leftist leaders trying to change these principles. A model nation of the free world, an example of freedom, democracy, prosperity, and rights, for those who live according to the law. There are people who hear what they want, believe what is not true, and speak what they do not know. The 2016 elections in the United States have brought out the garbage and evil in many people, both those who hate Donald Trump and those who adore him because sensibility, sanity, respect, order, education, and even culture have been lost. Creating divisions not only between political parties but among family members, typical of a totalitarian communist system, where there is no tolerance or rights. People have the right to disagree, but not to fight among friends and family, to protest against democracy or destroy property, much less to assault or kill those who think differently. We have already seen many cases provoked by biased information media that create chaos among the mediocre population, leading them to hatred, violence, and crime. Increasing sin, evil, crime, and intolerance. There are many murderers in prison, but there are millions of murderers at large because the hatred someone may feel in their heart toward others makes them guilty before God. Anyone who hates their brother or sister is a murderer, and you know that no murderer has eternal life residing in him. 1 John 3:15. And may God grant that this makes many reflect who feel that hatred, either for Republicans and their democratically elected president in a free nation or for those who hate Democrats, those who support them, and those who react violently due to that idea fixed in their minds provoked by society, the press, mediocre education, and the way of seeing things. We are all brothers, part of the same nation, even if we come from elsewhere, we all live in society, and we have to respect it. God loves us all and shows no partiality, but he will not declare the guilty innocent nor take pleasure in evil. I think the misunderstanding of the words of the president-elect has created hatred and intolerance, without understanding that Donald Trump is not a politician but a magnate, a businessman who thinks with a cool head. He is not an expert of lying or being hypocritical, as politicians often are, and he has no reason to be corrupt or immoral because he does not need that. Although Donald Trump is not a gem, he has at least proven to be a patriot who loves his country, thinks of his own first, and wants to recover his homeland, his identity, with its principles, values, culture, military and economic power, as well as protecting it from the danger of those who hate the free world, religious fanatics, crime and drugs, disorder, and illegal immigration. And that is precisely the duty of a president of any republic, to protect its citizens and its borders. Trump is just a nationalist who says what he feels and wants without caring who dislikes his words and his way of being. A leader does not need to be liked by everyone because there will always be dissatisfied people who lament everything, as they are bitter and insecure. But everyone has their own issues. What's wrong with being a nationalist and looking out for one's own first? The United States is not obligated to help all the poor in the world or fix the disasters of the world, of each country, or each government on this earth. I think the most important thing is to protect the nation and its citizens from organized crime, terrorism, and religious fanaticism that does so much harm to those who are determined to destroy the United States and all the countries of the free world. We are in the midst of a war, and our enemies have resources and power, ruthless and unprincipled people, convinced that they must dominate the world. They know that if they first take the first world, they will easily take the rest of the countries. They are willing to die, creating panic, killing, massacring, destroying, and taking cities, territories, and entire countries until they achieve their goal. Call the enemy whatever you want, terrorists, religious fanatics, Islamist jihadists, radicals, extremists, even internal enemies. They will do whatever it takes to destroy this free and powerful nation, a blessing to the rest of the world. They will form alliances even with their own enemies or with ideologies different from theirs, as long as they have the same enemy and goal in common, to destroy America. Currently, Islam is forming alliances with communist dictatorships, drug trafficking, and even with the Vatican, mocking them, as long as they have allies who can support them, even if their beliefs have nothing in common. But few discern these things because they only see from a relative side, believing only the press and what people say, being poorly taught, poorly trained, and poorly educated. They don't realize that the press has become the first enemy of democracy since it is manipulated by left-wing ideology and financed or sponsored by the globalist elite, by religious and political dictatorships, which have a lot of economic power. That's why I consider the media or television anathema used by the devil himself to deceive, misinform, create chaos, and destroy the free, modern society with its principles and values. They aim to fix these ideas in the mind and make people believe lies, exaggerations, slanders, and misunderstandings to provoke more hatred, more mobs, more disturbances, crime, and instability. The worst part is that even celebrities fall for these slanders and manipulations, politicizing art and the entertainment industry. Destroy this anathema, these false altars, just turn off the TV or change the channel, look for something more educational, and don't poison your soul with bad news, morbidity, manipulations, and falsehoods. The reality is that all these extremist groups, internal and external enemies, have joined forces in their campaign of hatred against the elected president as never before in the history of the United States because Trump promised to end corruption in this country, bring all the corrupt and traitors to justice, from any party or ideology. They, however, use the press, art personalities, culture, sports, anti-Trump activists, anti-democracy, and anarchists of the extreme left, forming close alliances with socialist governments, communist and religious dictatorships, seeking support, and financing to prevent Trump from fulfilling what he promised. Because Trump is the obstacle to the New World Order. That's why the media war will not end, the slanders, insults, and violence in general, to try to destabilize the country because Trump represents an evident danger to them. They will try to create more chaos and make Trump's mandate impossible, for his team, his party, and all conservatives who support him. The Trump era, as they call it, is more like the era of paranoia, where everything the Republican Party in the Trump government do is bad, where they offend the flag, and the national anthem, just because they are against the government and its elected president. They feel offended by history, national statues, or monuments of the past and use freedom of expression as a double-edged sword, to demand the removal of that historical heritage and everything that offends, be it monuments, history books, songs, anthems, teachings, everything that mentions God, Jesus. And don't be surprised if you hear them asking to eliminate Christmas because it is an offense to non-Christians in a multicultural country. We have come to such extremes. But of course, all that always returns to normal when another corrupt liberal, populist Democrat from the left like the Biden-Harris administration takes control and comes to the presidency through fraud because the world loves its own. This world is mature and ready for the judgment of the God of heaven. The will of God. Everything that happens under the sun, in the physical, material, visible, and invisible, spiritual, world, is under God's designs. Nothing happens if it is not the will of God, perfect or permissive. Therefore, just as it was the will of God for Barack Obama to be president for 8 years from 2008 to 2016, it is also the will of God for Donald Trump to be the elected president for 4 years. May God allow Donald Trump to be elected again in 2024 because 4 more years of political, moral, spiritual, and economic degeneration and decline would be catastrophic. He is the one who appoints and removes kings or rulers, whether for judgment, protection, blessing, or curse. We can do nothing about it, even if we cry, scream, condemn, curse, or become aggressive. Daniel 2:21, and he changes the times and the seasons, he removes kings and sets up kings, he gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Romans 13:1, let every person be subject to the governing authorities. For there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Donald Trump undoes the plans of globalism and the New World Order. On September 25, 2018, before the UN General Assembly, the body that best represents global cooperation, the President of the United States told the over 100 heads of states and governments present that his country rejects the ideology of globalism. United States is governed by Americans, said Donald Trump at the opening of the general debate of the 73rd session of the General Assembly. We reject the ideology of globalism and embrace the doctrine of patriotism. Responsible nations must defend against threats to their sovereignty not just from global governance but also against new forms of coercion and domination, he emphasized. At the same time, he reiterated the commitment of the United States to make the United Nations more effective and accountable. I've said it many times, the United Nations has unlimited potential. The President of the United States began his speech by describing what he saw as his achievements on the international scene, including reducing tension on the Korean Peninsula and the withdrawal of ISIS from territories in Iraq and Syria. He also mentioned various situations that, in his opinion, require attention, including the world trade system and uncontrolled migration. A year ago, I stood before you for the first time in this grand hall and addressed the threats facing our world and presented a vision for a brighter future for all humanity. Today, I stand before the General Assembly to share the extraordinary progress we've made. In less than 2 years, my administration has achieved more than almost any other administration in the history of our country, said Donald Trump at the beginning of his intervention in the general debate of the 73rd session of the General Assembly. The comment drew laughter from many of the diplomats present, leading him to say, "That was not the reaction I was expecting, but that's okay," and shortly afterward, he added, "The United States is a stronger, safer, and richer country than it was when I took office 2 years ago." Definitely, God is giving us an extension of mercy for these last prophetic times we are living in, just as he did with Nineveh, an ancient pagan people. Read the book of Jonah in the Old Testament, to whom he extended his mercy for another 40 years, and judgment did not fall on them at that moment because they turned to God, repented of their iniquities when the prophet spoke to them about the impending judgment. Although their destruction was imminent because God knows the times, thoughts, and spirits, Nineveh, a pagan people, would return to their abominations. Globalization. Globalization is an economic and social process that involves the growing integration of different national economies into a single global market economy, as well as cultural homogenization. Globalization is not a spontaneous and inevitable event, as has been attempted to be believed, but rather a process clearly directed by the unrestrained power of monopolies that simply seek profit maximization. Globalization is often related to neoliberalism embodied in public international organizations such as the World Trade Organization, International Monetary Fund, and World Bank, a model rejected by ultra-globalist groups, among others. However, it is argued that globalization, or what is understood by it, is an autonomous process or a spontaneous order that does not depend on the direction of such public organizations, whose actions may even hinder the process, but on economic growth and human technological advancement. Globalization encompasses global issues such as transportation, telecommunications, climate change, cultural imperialism, multiculturalism, immigration, increase or decrease in the quality of life, etc. Etymology. Certain authors consider the term worldwidealism, derived from the French word mondialisation, more appropriate in English than globalization. However, the Dictionary of the Royal Spanish Academy records globalization, understood as the tendency of markets and companies to expand, reaching a global dimension that surpasses national borders. Description. Globalization consists of the set of merchants from large internationalist cities deciding to govern the entire world as if it were a huge company. The demands of this global megacompany are to eliminate all kinds of borders, restrictions, territorial particularities, cultural traditions, national sovereignties, or ethnic identities. Like a cult, globalization removes the individual from their ancestral and territorial framework, placing them in a new egalitarian mentally uniform society, and taking care to brainwash them so that they do not turn back. Only those who do not know anything else can accept slavery. Globalization demands that state apparatuses become increasingly weak, corrupt, dependent, decadent, and indebted, that states lack a self-sufficient, ethnic, and national character, and that they be subordinate to globalist organizations, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, European Central Bank, United Nations, European Union, various foreign banks, Masonic lodges, think tanks, etc., so that they do not defend their own interests, integrating without objection into the quasi-dictatorial guidelines of Wall Street and Frankfurt. Globalization also requires free movement of products, companies, labor, raw materials, information, and ideas. When these resources are in the hands of a closed state and it does not want to give them away, not even under bribery, to transnational megacompanies, the globalist machinery wages war on that state until it manages to liberalize its resources and put them into circulation on the global network instead of allowing the benefits to improve the living conditions of the people. Business delocalization is another direct effect of globalization. In practice, it reduces to evading capital and means of production to countries with cheap and submissive labor. Economically globalizing implies liberalizing the business world, allowing anything, as long as it reduces costs and obtains cheap products that are produced and consumed at an increasingly faster pace. The effect of this neoliberal policy has been that thousands of unscrupulous companies have abandoned their places of origin in the West to settle in Eastern countries, China, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Bangladesh, etc., where labor is much more abundant, cheap, and submissive than in the First World. The current system instinctively seeks a vein to exploit, and when the vein runs out or goes out of fashion, it moves on to the next like a hermit. For a long time, the West was the vein to exploit. Now the slogan is oppressive labor and companies completely free from any state regulation. The current vein is East Asia. If instead of a huge interdependent global economy, there were countless independent, protectionist, and closed-circuit economies, China would never have risen above the status of a regional power. Remember that the New World Order aims to create 3 world empires: political, economic, and religious. The dark side of globalization. Axel Dreyer has proposed looking at globalization in 3 ways. 1. Economic globalization, characterized by the long-distance flow of goods, capital, and services, as well as the information and perceptions that accompany these trade exchanges. 2. Political globalization, characterized by the diffusion of governmental policies. 3. Social globalization, expressed as the spread of ideas, information, images, and people. The UNESCO Annual Report of 2001 defines globalization as a set of economic, social, technological, political, and cultural structures and processes derived from the changing nature of production, consumption, and trade of goods and assets, comprising the basis of international political economy. Promoters of globalization share many common perceptions. Zygmunt Bauman, for example, tries to determine the mechanisms of interaction between states and nations, proposing a transformation of existing, international, organizations toward what he considers genuinely global and universal institutions. Bauman no longer has any interest in the social institution of the state, but envisions a social planet. Many other scholars and politicians who similarly promote globalization in its current form are filled with joy and optimism about the future. However, some criticism is required for an objective assessment of the phenomenon. Jacques Derrida said many years ago that the ideal or euphoric image of globalization as a process of opening borders that makes the world more homogeneous must be seriously challenged. This is not only because this homogenization, whether real or purported, has both positive and negative aspects, but also because any apparent homogenization often hides old or new forms of social inequality or hegemony. Joseph Stiglitz, who has been intimately involved in the globalization process from within, has also produced numerous works critical of globalization since leaving the World Bank. In summary, the process of globalization is very abstract and requires evaluation from within and among various fields of the social sciences. David Harvey points out that if the word globalization means anything about our recent historical geography, it is more likely a new phase of exactly the same underlying process of capitalist production of space. Anthony G. McGrew, a professor of international relations at the University of Southampton, describes globalization as a process that generates flows and connections not only through nation-states and national territorial boundaries but also between regions of the world, continents, and civilizations. This invites a definition of globalization as a historical process that engenders significant changes in the spatial scope of networks and systems of social relations, in transcontinental or interregional patterns of human organization, activity, and exercise of power. It is crucial to note that in many definitions of globalization, we see the primacy of the economy, particularly neoliberal capitalism, as well as the distribution of power that flows from it and its influence worldwide. Faster, more flexible, and stronger nodes of such economic power have an advantage in spreading their own flows of production and exchange of ideas and knowledge, essentially a normative and reality-defining process. They manufacture globalization in their own image. It is also necessary to understand the hybrid nature of globalization, comprising a global market economy, technological development, social transformation, and global homogenization. David Steingart and Dale Fitzgibbons, in an academic critique of global capitalism as a driver of the globalization process, define globalization as an ideological construction devised to meet the needs of capitalism for new markets and sources of labor, driven by the uncritical flattery of the international academic business community. However, globalization has also been conceived as a discursive practice. In this sense, it is not the result of real forces of markets and technology, but a rhetorical and discursive construct shaped by practices and ideologies that some groups impose on others to gain political and economic benefits. Globally renowned educational institutions such as Harvard, LSE, London School, and the University of Columbia serve as incubators for a transnationally institutionalized political and economic elite with a neoliberal ideological agenda. Thus, they provide neoliberalism as the driving force and determinant of globalization, with intellectual legitimacy and an academic facade. The new possibilities for faster communication and networking with more people are not only beneficial for personal and professional relationships but also for sharing and collaborating on scientific and academic experiments, experiences, and best practices. In this sense, globalization must be understood as the condition in which localization strategies are systematically related to global concerns. Therefore, globalization appears as a dialectical, and therefore contradictory, process. What is being globalized is the tendency to accentuate the local and difference, but the local and difference presuppose the development of global dynamics of communication and institutional legitimation. Parallel to globalization, broad economic, technological, and scientific trends directly affect higher education and are largely inevitable in the contemporary world. These phenomena include information technology in its various manifestations, the use of a common language for scientific communication, and the imperatives of society's massive demand for higher education. In other words, the new scientific language promoted by the winners of globalization levels cultural differences and undermines the traditional and regional aspects, including but not limited to the religious, historical, cultural, and philosophical characteristics of the world's peoples. It can also be argued that globalization, through the exchange of ideas, threatens the institution of the sovereign state. How? Both independent exchange of ideas and the formal institution of public education are crucial not only for human development but for the institutionalization, norm creation, and legitimacy formation of the state. People, as human capital, are developed and utilized by the modern state as any other natural resource at its disposal. If a government is not involved in the process of public and special education, external powers will act to fill this void. As a result, the potential of human capital and the stability of any state will decrease. We can also try to view this aspect of hegemony from the perspective of other cultures. The process of globalization simultaneously suggests two images of culture. The first image involves the outward expansion of a particular culture to its limit, the globe. Heterogeneous cultures are incorporated and integrated into a dominant culture that eventually covers the entire world. The second image points to the compression of cultures. Things that were previously kept apart are now brought into contact and juxtaposition. I don't think it's controversial to characterize the current dominant global culture as a pseudo-substitute for mass culture produced in the U.S. and promoted by consumerism worldwide as the fruit of liberal ideology. Liberalism itself is a synthetic creation of the global power structure dominated by the West, a humanitarian facade behind which the dirty work of policing the world can continue uninterrupted by idealistic spasms in the political body. So, in a radical sense, globalization is what we in the Third World have called colonization for several centuries. Finally, we come to the issue of values. Globalization is occurring in a paradigm of postmodern values. In this way, it rejects traditional values and traditional educational systems because the logic of postmodernity is the absence of a center, an absolute principle. A priori, it is prejudiced against all other cultures and ideas and also against the bearers of those ideas. It aims to reduce all other cultures to a hollow and harmless caricature and cliché that can be easily digested and regurgitated within the context of global consumer culture. It is impossible for the dominant global neoliberal culture to coexist and harmonize with traditional cultures, creating a single artificial type of global citizenship without essential harm to these peoples and societies. Thus, globalization becomes a process of cultural destruction and forced homogenization. The only way to remedy the process of globalization is to level the disparity of global power and establish a new international order based on true multipolarity, where there will be several civilizational centers capable of projecting power regionally. This will preserve civilizational cultural and educational scientific paradigms related to the will, values, and heritage of peoples while remaining open to cooperation and international dialogue. This should be built on a foundation of trust, mutual aid, respect for cultural differences, and the right of each society to its own historical and developmental path for the future. In Russia, we can see the beginning of some attempts to theorize and create precursors to a new education system in response to the dark miracles of postmodernity. Professor Alexander Dugin of Moscow State University has proposed the idea of a Eurasian educational framework that reflects the contemporary world situation and the interdependence of countries and nations, as well as the recognition of the need to keep our traditions alive and protect our peoples from the creative destruction promoted by Western liberalism. The globalist cultural agenda. The current reality is much more complicated than it seems at first glance, and simplifications often lead to incorrect conclusions, leaving aside analytical categories surpassed by events that are not suitable for a correct assessment of the current situation. First and foremost, it is essential to understand the changes that represent, first of all, accepting that starting from the 1970s, the world architecture, based on the concept of the primacy of the nation-state as a form of international structuring, began to become obsolete with the emergence of an accumulation model that no longer privileged production but financial speculation based on the reproduction of capital, independent of real goods. This situation gives rise to a new model that, anonymously or at least quite reserved, concentrates the ownership of corporations of all types, mainly banking, under the name of investment funds. These actors, representing real power, are intertwined in a tangle of interrelated investments where each has a share of ownership in the others. This configuration concentrates in a few hands a power greater than that of many small and medium-sized states and becomes an uncontrollable pressure factor for developed states themselves. For this new power scheme, states are no longer needed. In reality, they are a limitation to the possibilities of expansion and accumulation, preferring that the real administration of business pass through their corporations, the platforms projecting their power. This scheme requires generating a global structure that allows them to do business without any hindrance. To achieve this purpose, they are developing a system of attack on different levels against states to reduce them to mere administrative dependencies. Globalism has the distinguishing feature that it can attack various regions simultaneously on different levels of action. What we know as wars for minds, of the fifth generation, some even speak of the sixth generation, is something deeper and approaches the summation of concepts such as permanent, limitless, and global warfare. The confrontation during the Cold War, with the mass appearance of nuclear weapons, changed the hypotheses of war. It was no longer possible to face the enemy in a conventional battle due to the risk of destroying civilization itself. Thus, fourth-generation wars were developed, the so-called asymmetric wars seeking to destroy the enemy without direct confrontation. The success of the new strategy was evident when the U.S. and its allies managed to destroy the USSR with an implosion, a combination of different factors such as economic warfare that lowered the price of Soviet export products, financial suffocation, wars in third countries that bled the Soviet economy, the penetration of Western intelligence into the state apparatus and the PCUS, consumerist propaganda, and the alteration of socialist ethical and moral values were too much for the USSR, which fell without a shot from Western forces. Today, these actions have been surpassed. Anglo-Saxon think tanks have developed much more sophisticated methods, defining the enemy not as the socialist bloc but anyone who opposes the globalization of social and economic structures. This new confrontation methodology is aimed at striking, first and foremost, emerging strategic enemies like current China and Putin's Russia, but not only them, any potential adversary, as is the case with our region and anyone attempting to maintain the nation-state structure. Colonels Chiao Liang and Wang Xiangsui of the People's Liberation Army Air Force of China elaborated a work called Unrestricted Warfare, in February 1999, where they state that this new form of confrontation consists of using all available means that involve the use of force with arms or means that do not involve the use of force, means that cause casualties and means that do not cause casualties, to force the enemy to obey our own interests. This includes the appearance of non-state actors, which have high-level knowledge and technologies and can carry out asymmetric attacks with the intention of promoting individual or group interests. For imperialism, there are no limits when the economic end justifies the use of all means. Venezuelan Rosso Grimeau summarizes these integrated attacks that exploit all areas of vulnerability as follows. 1. Cultural war, controlling or influencing the cultural views of the adversary nation. 2. War on drugs, invading the adversary nation with illegal drugs. 3. Economic aid war, using financial aid dependence to control the adversary. 4. Environmental war, destroying the environmental resources of the adversary nation. 5. Financial war, subverting or dominating the adversary's banking system and stock market. 6. International law war, subverting or dominating the policies of international or multinational organizations. 7. Media war, manipulating national and foreign press. 8. Internet war, by dominating or destroying transnational computer systems. 9. Psychological war, dominating the perception of the capabilities of the adversary nation. 10. Resource war, controlling access to scarce natural resources or manipulating their value in the market. 11. Smuggling war, invading the adversary's market with illegal products. 12. Technological war, gaining an advantage in controlling key civilian and military technologies. In Syria, Ukraine, and now Venezuela, we see that many of these areas have been employed, some of which are not new and can be easily identified. However, some are related to each other and are not so easily identifiable. Psychological wars are aimed at breaking the identity of a nation from within, breaking its people in identity aspects, ethical and moral values, political leadership, traditions, and any other situation that serves to weaken society in such a way as to break its will to resist without the need for combat. In some cases, they have not succeeded, and they have had to resort to direct action using force with strategies not addressed in this analysis, as is the case in Venezuela, where we are in a stage where cultural wars are key. The best example, the most direct one, is to see how regional left-wing movements, whether moderate or hard, have followed the path of European left-wing movements and have been co-opted by successive ideological touches that have pruned them until they are stripped of their anti-capitalist character, leaving them almost anecdotal and compensating for the defection with Byzantine discussions about second-generation rights when we have not even begun to solve the most basic rights such as the right to food, security, or health. It is not only the confusion between what is a political position and what has to do with ethical, moral, and even religious views, but the destruction of the foundations that give nations their identity to be replaced by universal values that are the product of a global culture that erases the particularities of each people, rewriting history and thus breaking the continuity of past, present, which is the basis of popular roots. So, who has imposed these priorities? NGOs, based in the US or the EU. Once the new policy is installed, it is only a matter of time for all kinds of social actors to accept it as their own. Cultural war, media war, psychological war, and international law war appear aligned. Let's not forget that these policies are driven by the United Nations, which has mutated in recent decades and modified the rules according to the pressure of NGOs originating in Anglo-Saxon think tanks, who work on the necessary social engineering to find the right paths for these policies to advance. Policies ranging from gender theories to radical environmentalism, passing through eugenics, euthanasia, abortion, veganism, feminism, etc., have one purpose: to distract the most restless from central problems, such as the issue of wealth concentration, occupying minds, and wearing out energies on secondary issues to society's interest. It is no coincidence that all the engines that make up the common sense, from television, radio, and print media, along with Hollywood, which uses all its potential in series, films, and music stars, almost without exception maintain strong support for these policies. Companies related to social media, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, etc., have a militant attitude in favor of the mentioned policies. However, their positions in favor of the freedom of minorities and individual freedoms are not accompanied by the plurality of expressions when they are in another direction. YouTube's policy of sanctioning by preventing monetization and, on some occasions, closing accounts of the same YouTubers who once promoted, should not be overlooked. There is an explanation for the change. Those teenagers who had millions of views talking about minor issues, in some cases began to ask more complex questions that could affect politically correct policies, and the correction appeared. June Lapine, Shu Zero N Head, and Chris Ray Gunn were some of the victims of censorship. Not even Blair White, a transgender person but critical of these policies, could escape the repression of ideas different from those imposed. Nick Monroe believes that the problem of video monetization, payment, is done under pressure from sponsors, advertisers, who do not accept what they do not consider politically correct. Sponsors are the large companies and corporations, whatever their industry, that wholeheartedly support everything related to new rights. Amazon, Google, eBay, HSBC, Starbucks, Citicorp, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, Nike, UBS, Cisco, Marriott, Adidas, American Express, IBM, New York Times, BBC, DW, Santander, are just a few of those who collaborate enthusiastically. The complete list would be endless. It is difficult then to understand how these policies can be considered a challenge to the capitalist system when it is the cream of it that promotes them. International organizations also act in unison. Of course, Western countries exert their weight to promote policies that they know clash with the idiosyncrasies of other nations. The use as a geopolitical tool is very clear when we see the accusations that are launched against Vladimir Putin for not endorsing the advertising of some of these policies or allowing the action of NGOs and destabilizing groups based on these claims. China also suffers accusations, as does Islam, basically Shia. Strange reasons make countries with Islamic monarchies not attacked. Why insist on policies rejected by the entire world, except for part of the U.S., large metropolises, and the European Union, with significant internal differences? Surely the explanation will be found in promoting internal confrontation in societies that divide over each of these issues, hindering the necessary unity to face such a powerful enemy and facilitating the rupture with the identity of the people themselves who lose their history, their own roots that indicate a path to follow, and the new values, based on extreme individualism, that contradict them. Media wars, psychological wars, cultural wars, and international law wars combined. The practical application of the theoretical framework mentioned by Rosso Grimaud in line with what Colonels Qiao Yang and Wang Xiangsui denounce. So successful is this policy that even the most politically astute sectors fall into the trap and align with what is politically correct in a false left-right division, without realizing that figures like Macron, Obama, Hillary Clinton, or David Cameron are great promoters of these policies, just like billionaires such as Bill Gates, David Rockefeller, recently deceased, or George Soros. Elementary common sense tells us that something is wrong if we agree with them on the policies they carry out. However, the pressure is such that few realize what is happening or dare to dissent from the general current. Rafael Correa is one of the regional leaders who has dared to defy these political operations and has received severe criticism from left-wing sectors. Unfortunately, there was no debate in the popular field, and the majority prefers to bypass the debate and not face it, accompanying, with the vain hope of being able to redirect social movements co-opted by liberalism towards other horizons. These policies have been developed with very sophisticated methods, and redirecting them is a utopia. These policies, which also affect the people of the US and the EU themselves, are an obstacle to the development of people in a process of struggle. A communion between the principles, values, and popular traditions that have given each of the people their identity is necessary for this. For this, political and academic elites must delve into what is happening, deepen studies from their perspective, and not colonized, with a clear goal of emancipation, preventing the breakdown of societies from advancing. The liberal values proposed by globalization aim to deepen life in solitude, destroying primary solidarity ties such as family or neighborhood. When we analyze geopolitical events, we must set aside voluntaristic views or considerations of a moral nature to be able to consider the facts crudely, their influence and purpose within a general analysis. Supporting or opposing second-generation rights policies is secondary. What is essential is to understand what the real objective is within the globalist cultural policy. The great interests that feed real power develop extremely sophisticated penetration systems, and however fair or unfair they may seem, the resulting social engineering must be identified and understood within the framework in which it was created and its real purpose, beyond statements, however commendable and well-intentioned. It is crucial to identify the different actors and their interests to be able to outline a general picture of the situation on which we must pronounce. Media as a means of manipulation. There are two types of ignorance. Socrates teaches beautiful Alcibiades: one consists of believing you know what you don't know, and the other is not knowing something and realizing it. The latter allows us to advance in self-knowledge and understanding of things, while the former transforms us into fools. Not knowing and believing you know is what produces error and mistake, while not knowing something and realizing it avoids these pitfalls because we seek knowledge from those who know. The hegemony exerted by mass media messages on our consciences has turned us into fools. 24 hours a day, they convince us of how to think, what to think, where to think, who thinks, and for what purpose. There is a media discourse where the good is portrayed as blacks, gays, Indians, slim women, the relativism of values, and the bad as all others. Today, the ranking of the bad is led by Islamic fundamentalists, followed by Colombian and Mexican drug traffickers, then patriots defending their cultural identity against global homogenization, and further back, heterosexuals, deer hunters, smokers, overweight women, and Christians with solid convictions. The media creates a sense of who is good and who is bad. The media creates a cycle of meaning production. An idea is launched, for example, condemning the murder of women, femicide, which is then taken up by politicians as an undeniable issue, and subsequently, NGOs and state agencies are created advocating for this goal, which ends up collecting public and private money, part of which will be invested in propaganda in the very same media. Who are the instruments of this media cycle? Journalists, those talkative illiterates who incessantly talk about what they don't know. Today, journalists, especially radio and TV announcers, are the true philosophers of our time. They claim to have answers for everything and everyone. However, their responses are always pre-produced by the mass media that employs them. For over half a century, political discourse has been produced by the media and not by those claiming to govern us. There is a subordination of political discourse to media discourse, politicians to journalists, and these journalists, true prostitutes, to the media where they work. Today, it is impossible to engage in politics without the support of the media and even less against them. Anyone who does is immediately marginalized through a campaign of silence, not publishing anything about them. In the hypothetical case that a political, cultural, or social agent manages to transcend, they are immediately demonized through the reductio ad Hitlerism or other ad hominem fallacies. In short, the hegemonic media power has made man stop thinking for himself by introducing prejudices and preconceptions into his consciousness, distancing him from himself, his history, and his national ethos. Soros-controlled media plotting a color revolution. Hillary Clinton's defeat in the U.S. presidential elections revealed the globalist agenda led by George Soros, who financed Hillary's campaign. All major liberal media tried their best to shape public opinion in favor of Hillary but failed. The U.S. middle class chose Donald J. Trump for the Oval Office due to his domestic agenda. Therefore, the warmongering faction waged a war within the U.S. to weaken the Trump administration, aiming to protect the globalist agenda. For this purpose, anti-Trump protests were staged throughout the U.S. The globalist elite, previously involved in regime changes and color revolutions worldwide, is now making such efforts within the U.S. against the legitimate government of Trump. Soros-controlled U.S. media spread the narrative that Trump was the Kremlin's candidate. After his victory over Hillary, the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, blamed Russia for hacking the elections in favor of Trump. Russia not only rejected these unfounded accusations but also warned Trump that globalists were attempting a soft coup against him, similar to the methods used in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin said he sees attempts in the U.S. to delegitimize its President Donald Trump using methods Maidan style, previously used in Ukraine. Why is the globalist elite anti-Russian? The answer is simple: they were involved in the destruction of the Russian economy. Soros was directly involved in the economic crisis of the USSR in the early 1990s. After the dissolution of the USSR, Soros helped Russian oligarchs control production facilities, industries, and oil refineries. There has been a long war between this globalist agenda and Vladimir Putin in Russia. Putin not only defeated them in Russia but also succeeded in minimizing their hegemony worldwide by introducing an alternative, multipolar world order. This is why Soros took control of the non-profit organization known as the Open Society Foundation, attempting to overthrow President Putin and destabilize Russia multiple times. As a result, Russia not only regulated international NGOs but also banned open society in Russia. Obama's legacy is characterized by the "blame Russia" mantra, which followed Putin's war against the globalist agenda. In the global scenario, Russia is blamed for everything. They accuse Russia of hacking U.S. elections and undermining Western democracies. This narrative was propagated with fake news, creating a visible divide between media controlled by globalists and multipolar media. Indeed, Hungarian-born American George Soros, a business magnate and global manipulator, has always been seen as the mastermind behind the Asian financial crises in 1997 and 2008. Now, he is the man behind the migration crisis in Europe, attempting to profit from the destabilization caused by an uncontrolled influx of refugees. In addition, Soros's Open Society Foundation implemented the globalist agenda through color revolution practices and regime change campaigns, seemingly for freedom, justice, and human rights. However, now, the architect of a multipolar world, Russia, has emerged as a force of resistance against the globalist agenda with an alternative multipolar world order. Globalist mafia's control over U.S. journalism. Currently, the onslaught of fake news supported by U.S. media organizations, both leftist and liberal, is evidence of Soros's influence over the media. His Open Society Institute is connected to over 30 major U.S. media organizations. Soros, as a globalist manipulator, understands the importance of the media in controlling the public. According to the Media Research Center, MRC, Soros's dream of controlling the mass media began naturally with the Columbia Journalism School. Columbia is led by President Lee Bollinger, who also sits on the Pulitzer Prize board and the board of the Washington Post. Bollinger, like some other Soros financial recipients, is pushing for journalism to find a new rich uncle, or at least a cousin, in Uncle Sam. Bollinger wrote in his book Uninhibited, Robust, and Wide Open, A Free Press for a New Century, that the government should fund the media. A 2009 study by the Columbia Journalism School's program reached the same conclusion, calling for national funding for local news. Conveniently, Len Downey, the lead author of this piece, is also on the Post's board and the board of the Center for Investigative Reporting, also funded by Soros. Soros not only financed famous journalism schools in the U.S. but also took over the journalism industry and journalist associations. He placed his mob associates in all major U.S. media organizations and around the world. Even the National Federation of Community Broadcasters, the National Association of Hispanic Journalists, and the Committee to Protect Journalists are directly controlled by Soros's mafia through funds from Open Society. According to U.S. media watchdog Facts, the Open Society Institute is one of several foundations that fund the Investigative News Network, INN, a collaboration of 32 nonprofit news organizations that produce what they claim is nonpartisan investigative news. The James L. Knight Foundation also supports the network and is arguably the best-known journalism foundation. Knight's president and CEO, Alberto Ibargüen, sits on the board of ProPublica. The INN includes the Workshop on Investigative Reporting at American University, the fledgling liberal website MinPost, the National Institute for Computer-Assisted Reporting, National Public Radio, and the Wisconsin Center for Investigative Journalism. The network had included liberal Huffington Post investigative operations among its grants, but the HuffPo investigations merged with the possibly even more leftist Center for Public Integrity, on whose board Arianna Huffington sits. Soros injected his agenda to attack the right in the name of quality journalism by investing in academic programs. Currently, the domestic situation in the U.S. shows that Soros is building a wall around Trump using mainstream media. This is why Trump used the word dishonest for U.S. media commentators on the occasion of his presidential inauguration. Monopoly over time and space globally. In the name of freedom, justice, and human rights, the globalist elite funds NGOs worldwide to carry out its agenda. NGOs, by engaging with civil society and political classes from the grassroots to state institutions, always worked for the liberal agenda of globalization, and as a result, the Americanization of the world took place. NGOs seemingly acted as a tool for regime change and color revolutions, backed by the media, in many countries. Liberal and leftist media made possible the Americanization of the world with their globalist agenda. If we delve into the details, we can easily observe Western/American influence worldwide. The U.S. State Department controls global media with liberal international organizations. The International Center for Journalists, ICFJ, based in Washington, backed by Knight International Journalism Fellowships and funded by Soros, always works to spread the globalist agenda in the name of quality journalism worldwide. Even the State Department sponsored the journalism exchange program directed by the ICFJ. U.S. Russia, U.S. Germany, U.S. Pakistan, and all kinds of such exchange programs are designed by this Soros-controlled ICFJ. Last year, they announced a special program for Russian-speaking Baltic journalists aimed at spreading propaganda against Russia regarding the Ukrainian conflict. German journalist and political scientist Udo Ulfkott published a book, Bot Journalists, Gekauft Journalisten, describing how American and German politicians influenced German media to make journalists lean towards the desired bias on world events. Ulfkott claims that correspondents are urged to skew their writings primarily in favor of the U.S. position and against Russia. In his interview translated and published by Oriental Review, he responded to a question about the corrupt practices of journalists in this regard: when you fly to the U.S. again and again and never have to pay for anything there, and you're invited to interview U.S. politicians, you're moving closer and closer to the circles of power. And you want to stay within this circle of the elite, so you write to please them. Everyone wants to be a famous journalist who gets exclusive access to famous politicians. But one wrong word and your career as a famous journalist is over. Everyone knows that. And everyone is involved. So, through NGOs and exchange programs, they mainly recruit mid-career journalists to polish them for their agenda. Ulfkott's concept of a bot journalist is also reflected in Pakistan. Although Pakistan enjoyed the status of a U.S. ally since its creation, U.S. media influence in Pakistan's newsrooms came during the war in Afghanistan against the Soviet Union. Some experienced journalists believe that before September 11, Washington and London-based media outlets hired every list of young Pakistani journalists, and when their training was almost complete, the 9/11 incident suddenly occurred. Such journalists played a vital role in shaping public opinion to force the Pakistani government to assist the U.S. in attacking Afghanistan. An approximate estimate indicates that over 1,500 Pakistani journalists visited the newsrooms of U.S.-based media organizations to receive training for quality journalism, created by liberals. Upon their return, they consistently integrate their agenda into newsrooms based in Pakistan, both in print and electronic media. Media in Pakistan is considered the fourth pillar of the state and has become a crucial element of society. This is why the Soros Open Society Foundation has entangled Pakistan in a network, from the domestic level to state institutions, through media control in Pakistan. In the name of internet access for all and media training for journalists, the Open Society is injecting its agenda to control democracy in Pakistan. Unfortunately, U.S. media controlled by Soros already has significant influence over Pakistani print media, and Soros has successfully appointed the director of the Open Society in Pakistan as the president of the Pakistan Electronic Media Regulatory Authority, PEMRA. Absar Alam, the president of PEMRA, was the national head of the notorious Open Society, and since his appointment, he openly worked for Soros's agenda in Pakistani electronic media to control media with the state organization PEMRA. In print media, there is space, while in electronic media, there is time, and the Open Society has fully controlled both space and time in global media. Biased coverage of conflicts in Syria and Ukraine is also evidence of how they spread their line in mainstream and social media, while the Arab Spring in the Middle East was also launched by social media, which is also under the control of the globalist manipulative elite. Therefore, Russia, China, and some other countries have not only banned such NGOs and media but also introduced regulations to monitor them. Pakistan and India also propose to maintain checks and balances on such organizations and monitor their sources of funding, but both failed due to pressure from liberal elites. Soros-controlled media brings regime change and color revolution to the U.S. As discussed earlier, the media is a powerful tool used to inject a particular agenda into the target audience. Regime change events and color revolutions worldwide are painted on the canvas of democracy and freedom, with the media always portraying a colorful picture with the brush of the specific agenda within the designated project. If we closely examine the current internal situation in the United States, we can easily see how liberal media has launched a campaign for change through the masses by provoking civil resistance against the Trump administration, on the orders of their master, Soros. Soros's control over mass media, NGOs, and his increased influence over state institutions is dragging the U.S. into a visible color revolution by building a wall around Trump to keep him under pressure or overthrow his government for the benefit of the globalist elite. Anti-Trump protesters have already chosen the color pink and have formulated a Pussycat Revolution project to mobilize the masses against the 45th President of the United States. U.S. media not only provides complete coverage of these protests but also sparks a resistance movement against the new Trump government. Conspirators of anti-Trump protests have only one intention, to weaken Trump, and they have no love for the U.S., so they have diverted protests toward violence in nature. Their war against Trump is harming the U.S. as a whole. Not only state property was damaged, but they were also attacking state institutions, leading the U.S. toward destruction. The only remaining path for Trump is to counterattack, quickly and decisively. However, some reports claim that Soros contributed to the funding of the construction of the Trump International Tower and Hotel in Chicago, with a figure of $160 million. Meanwhile, the Daily Beast stated, in 2011, Trump even told conservatives to forget Soros, leave him alone, he already has enough problems. But now Soros is committed to overthrowing the Trump government, just as he tried his best to defeat him during the electoral process. Soros has not only launched a war against Trump at the U.S. level but is also causing trouble for him worldwide with the help of his fake news portals. The purpose of this is to build global pressure against the White House. It is really tough for the Trump administration to silence energetic liberal and leftist U.S. media, which control the pulse of the U.S. This is why the White House has refused to cooperate with major anti-Trump media due to their agenda and propaganda against Trump. Meanwhile, Trump has also given preference to his Twitter account over mainstream media. The U.S., which used Soros and his media for color revolutions and regime changes worldwide from Ibero-America to Ukraine, is now under internal attack by him. It is now up to Trump to deal with this globalist monster. If he does not counterattack in time, he will be ousted from the White House. Hillary Clinton reveals the hidden agenda of the New World Order for religion. Deeply ingrained cultural codes, religious beliefs, and structural phobias must be modified. Governments should use their coercive resources to redefine traditional religious dogmas. These words from Hillary Clinton, publicly and unabashedly spoken at a pro-abortion symposium, have left many in disbelief. To coercively reform religions? What about religious freedom then? Modify cultural identities? What about freedom simply to exist? Such intentions, coming from the leading Democratic candidate for the U.S. presidency, should have sparked a vigorous debate. However, that hasn't been the case. Significantly, major media outlets across the West have chosen to silence the issue. Revealing. What does Hillary Clinton's statement mean? First, deeply ingrained cultural codes, meaning traditional cultural identities, are actually nests of structural phobias, i.e., prejudices that it is just and reasonable to eliminate. Second, that within these structural phobias are traditional religious dogmas. Third, that governments, the public power, are authorized to use coercive force against religious dogmas and cultural identities. When one realizes that this coercive force is, in plain terms, the legal monopoly of violence, one inevitably furrows their brow in concern. When it is also noted that phobias and dogmas are the traditional principles of Western civilization, i.e., natural philosophy, e.g., the right to life, then the concern rises to alarm. What Hillary Clinton has expressed is a totalitarian political project of social and cultural engineering. Nothing more, nothing less. This project is already underway. Surprising? Not really. These topics are not new, they have circulated in modern ideology since the French Revolution. On the other hand, they perfectly align with what we have been witnessing in the West for the last 25 years, since the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, UN social engineering programs, often endorsed by the United States, abortion and homosexuality policies adopted by almost all European countries, and the dismantling of ethnic identities in the Western space. Hillary Clinton has simply made explicit what was already implicit. These words of Hillary Clinton have been interpreted strictly in an American context. They are a project of social, we might say spiritual, engineering in a country that prides itself on having been founded on religious freedom. It is true that, in the American context, such ideas are a rectification of the country's foundational identity, so the astonishment of many is understandable. However, Clinton's purposes are part of the usual themes of the American left since 1968. In a way, what we have seen now is its coming out, its transformation into an uncamouflaged political program. Likewise, many observers have seen in Hillary Clinton's statements a kind of declaration of war against Christianity. This is also a correct but incomplete perspective. The war does not only concern traditional religions but also extends, as Mrs. Clinton herself says, to deeply ingrained cultural codes. This means that any historical cultural identity, regardless of its space and nature, must also be coercively reformed by public power. It is not only religion that is in danger, the threat extends to any identifying trait that does not fit the New Era program marked by globalization and its hegemonic power, which is the United States of America. And what do Europeans do? In general, they follow suit. The path indeed presents unexpected complications, and these have not taken long to emerge. It is quite difficult to maintain social cohesion in the context of dismantling deeply ingrained cultural codes. In this regard, the French experience is extremely interesting. Since the 80s, France has undergone a process of building a new identity based on the so-called Republican identity, which, in practice, has consisted of destroying the classic references of the nation and replacing them with new dogmas. France, said de Gaulle, is a European nation of white race and Christian religion. It began to cease being so shortly after the general's death. Eurocentrism became a kind of cosmopolitanism that saw France as a protagonist of a world without borders, a world in which Europe itself is nothing more than a privileged region in the global context. Likewise, any ethnic factor, racial, cultural, etc., began to be taboo in favor of a new type of society built on the massive influx of foreign population. As for religion, it was to be systematically relegated in the wake of a radical secularism that has not subsided even when Sarkozy, in San Juan de Latran, discovered before Benedict XVI the values of positive secularism. The result has been a nation disarticulated in political, economic, and social terms. The official discourse continues to head in the same direction, but social reality is already moving in another. The growth of the National Front is not a coincidence. Politicians try to react by adapting to the terrain. The latest was seeing Prime Minister Valls, who the previous year had officially opened Ramadan, now claiming the unequivocally Christian character of France. Perhaps it's too late. Be that as it may, what the Democratic candidate for the U.S. presidency has exposed is much more than a statement of intentions. It is precisely the program of the New World Order, which, to impose itself without great resistance, needs, precisely, to demolish cultural roots and traditional religions. It was inevitable that someone would eventually invoke the force of the state to coercively carry out the operation. Hillary Clinton has done it. The European left, most likely, will jump on the bandwagon. So, we will see our left support globalist policies in the name. Facts on the UN's connection with the LGBT agenda. The 10 facts demonstrating the UN's connection to the LGBT agenda are as follows. 1. In July 2013, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, OHCHR, launched the Free and Equal public information campaign designed to combat homophobia and transphobia and promote greater respect for the rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, LGBT, individuals. 2. In April 2014, Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon, in Mumbai, during the final phase of the UN's Global, Free and Equal campaign, issued a special message, stating, "Wherever I go, I have called for the immediate repeal of all laws criminalizing consensual same-sex relationships. These laws violate basic rights to privacy and freedom from discrimination. Whether or not they are enforced, they actively encourage intolerant attitudes, giving homophobia an official seal of approval." 3. In September 2014, the UN Human Rights Council adopted a historic resolution on LGBT rights during its 27th session, the second motion of its kind in history. The resolution, strongly promoted by the U.S., was supported by Uruguay, Colombia, Brazil, and Chile. Countries from all geographic regions of the world joined in. 4. In September 2015, 12 UN agencies called for an end to violence and discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex, LGBTI, individuals, adults, adolescents, and children, outlining specific measures to protect these individuals. In addition to the OHCHR, the joint statement was endorsed by various UN entities, including the International Labour Organization, ILO, the Joint United Nations Programme on HIV, AIDS, UNAIDS, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, UN Women, the World Food Programme, WFP, and the World Health Organization, WHO. 5. On September 29, 2015, the UN organized a high-level event of the United Nations LGBT core group, Leave No One Behind, Equality and Inclusion in the Post-2015 Development Agenda. It represented an attempt to promote the LGBT agenda globally and within member states. 6. On December 10, 2015, Mr. Mogans Likatoft, President of the 70th session of the General Assembly, in a public speech titled "The Economic Cost of LGBT Exclusion," stated that, according to research commissioned by the World Bank, the economic drag on a country caused by LGBT exclusion can amount to billions of dollars in lost GDP, while promoting greater LGBT inclusion promises real and substantial economic benefits. 7. The Secretary-General's report, One Humanity, Shared Responsibility, called on governments to include the right to abortion and LGBT rights in their efforts to address the humanitarian objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals, a new 15-year UN development plan approved by the General Assembly last year. 8. The UN Humanitarian Summit held in May 2016 in Istanbul can be used by Ban Ki-moon to pave the way for tacit consent to his approach to the Sustainable Development Goals in an environment where nations opposing abortion and LGBT rights will be at a disadvantage. This summit was convened by Ban Ki-moon and is entirely controlled by his staff, particularly the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, and the Secretariat of the World Humanitarian Summit. 9. The UN is actively pressuring governments in countries with traditional family values, especially in the Third World. On December 27, 2013, the UN Human Rights Office urged the President of Uganda to refrain from signing the anti-homosexuality bill and urged the country to ensure the protection of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, LGBT, individuals from violence and discrimination. 10. UN bureaucrats unveiled a series of UN stamps in February 2016 depicting homosexuality, transsexuality, and homosexual parenting at UN headquarters, with great fanfare and expenses in an eccentric ceremony featuring a 33-member gay choir, all men, singing love songs and show tunes in the context of naked dancers and Greek gods. Delegations from at least 86 countries tried to prevent the launch of the stamps on the eve of the event. Letters protesting the stamps were sent to Ban Ki-moon on February 3, which remained unanswered for 2 weeks. As expected, the Secretary-General, a vocal advocate of social acceptance of homosexuality, denied accusations of irregularities and overstepping and described the stamp launch as, in line with the mandate, of the United Nations Postal Administration. By the way, no UN treaty explicitly includes LGBT rights or protects explicit or implicit homosexual conduct. 76 countries in the world explicitly prohibit sodomy in their laws. Manipulation, perversion, and imposition of art, culture, press, and the entertainment industry. Political manipulation for globalist purposes is not a new phenomenon. Freedom of expression is a double-edged sword in democracy. Art, the press, and the entertainment industry have long been dominated by liberals, leftists, and globalists as part of their strategy. Large corporations, speculators, and politicians committed to globalism and globalization invest in both the industry and media. They are the masters, while celebrities, journalists, and television channels are their slaves, puppets, and pawns. They are mere messengers, disseminators of falsehoods, manipulators, vices with a script, and influential figures bought at a high price. They have no independent opinions, and if they do, they must play along with double standards, typical of the socialist model. To rise socially, politically, and financially, one must follow the game, follow instructions, be loyal to their masters, sponsors, patrons, idols, or owners, whatever term you prefer. Only this privileged group can transcend and become richer every day. They sell their souls and lose their principles if they ever had any. They cannot deviate from the path, there is no resignation, turning back, or anything of the sort, as that can be very dangerous. If they are not loyal, they could end up ruined, in jail, or dead in suspicious ways. The Illuminati, an influential order in politics, art, culture, trade, and communication, consists of individuals who have climbed the ranks not necessarily due to their wisdom, talent, grace, or eloquence but because of their loyalty. Many influential actors, writers, journalists, artists, traders, and even athletes, with similar or even greater capabilities, do not transcend or receive permanent contracts because they are not chosen. This could be due to their principles, ideas, origin, or descent, e.g., Christians, Jews, people with ethics and morals, integrity in their way of being and thinking, or simply those who refuse to sell their soul to the devil, or because they cannot be bribed or manipulated. Since the globalist elite began dominating art, the entertainment industry, the press, media, and politics, there have been cases of executions, and suspicious deaths, whether by suicide, accident, or murder, often entangled in scandals, lawsuits, and arrests. This is not a coincidence or a twist of fate, it is the consequence of trying to break free from their masters or failing to fulfill their expected role. People are bribed and warned, they must be responsible and committed to order if they want to excel, maintain their wealth, or become richer. Examples include John Lennon, Michael Jackson, and many others whose lives ended tragically. These celebrities were deeply committed to the order. To illustrate, Jim Carrey, the talented Canadian actor and comedian, naturalized American, dared to challenge the order during an appearance on Jimmy Kimmel's show on November 13, 2014, humorously mocking Jimmy Kimmel and the Illuminati. His words were, "People on the television have been hired to distract you, to take you away, to make you laugh, to make you happy and docile, so you don't know what's really going on." Carrey, after openly denouncing the system, faced consequences. He criticized the system, expressing his refusal to support it and not wanting to be part of mental manipulation. Carrey faced discredit, doors closing, and a declining career. Mysteriously, on September 28, 2015, Carrey's girlfriend, Catriona White, was found dead in her apartment, apparently by suicide through an antidepressant overdose. Carrey was surprised, stating that she was a very cheerful woman with no depression issues. This event could be interpreted as a harsh warning for his actions, accusations, jokes, and evasion of loyalty, duty, and commitment to the order. Nevertheless, Carrey declared on September 9, 2017, in an entertainment interview, that he doesn't believe in icons or personalities and that peace is beyond personalities, inventions, disguises, and other meaningless things. He claimed that he doesn't exist, that he is just part of a group moving together, that none of this is real, and that we don't matter. He appeared genuinely depressed. However, since Donald Trump's inauguration, Carey has been a staunch critic and anti-Trump activist on social media and television, aligning with the system's agenda. By October 2018, he declared on an American television show, "Let's say yes to socialism, let's welcome it." Clearly, Jim Carrey, an influential figure, is being used to manipulate the masses. Many other influential celebrities' campaigns against Trump are anti-Semitic, anti-Christian, anti-American, and anti-patriotic, offending not only the elected president but also the voters. Some even express hatred to the point of making death threats and curses, imposing their opinions, and promoting violence. This aligns with the behavior of the devil's children, liberals, leftists, and communists. If things don't go as they wish or say, they become violent and aggressive. The same applies to journalists, TV hosts, singers, songwriters, artists of all kinds, and even athletes, all in the service of the order, the globalist ideology, and the system trying to impose itself. They label good as bad and bad as good. They degrade and discredit evangelical Christians, the church, pastors, conservatives, free thinkers, free citizens, and the customs and traditions of a nation blessed by God and a blessing to the world, such as the United States. Many of these pawns of the system, devil's children, have dishonored the flag and the national anthem, especially in sports, where these national symbols are most used. It's as if the flag or anthem has anything to do with the current government, a politician, or a party. In my country of origin, people would be lynched for dishonoring national symbols. Here, they are honored and rewarded because the world loves its own. Regarding executions by this political mafia, there are not only professional hitmen paid by this elite that dominates art, industry, press, and politics, but also hitmen who are neither paid nor professionals, mentally manipulated people, sick individuals, desperate people, addicts, fanatics, naive individuals, ignorant people, ordinary people, or depressed war veterans. Many of the massacres that have turned into political, anti-gun, unconstitutional, and anti-conservative campaigns seem orchestrated. Fiction cannot surpass reality, and much of what we've seen in movies and documentaries, whether based on real events or fiction, has been put into practice. A simple example is science fiction. What was pure science fiction years ago is now applied science. The methods they use cannot be confirmed, but consider movies like The Manchurian Candidate and the Jason Bourne series, where mentally mutated individuals become killing machines or politicians in the service of the elite. In the end, if they catch a mutated hitman, an ordinary individual like them, and arrest, kill, or execute them, it doesn't matter, they've fulfilled their mission, whether they are conscious of it or not, and another will be sought for the next target. I strongly believe that this is what happened to John F. Kennedy. I can mention many cases, but the strangest ones, never clarified, happened precisely after Donald Trump took office, such as the massacre at a country music concert in Las Vegas on October 1, 2017, where a single man managed to bring 30 pieces of weaponry and ammunition into a hotel for just a few days' vacation. Shots were fired from at least 2 different floors of the hotel, according to witnesses. Another case is the shooting at Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, which left 17 dead. The shooter, Nicholas Cruz, had made a public video detailing what he was going to do and that it was his turn at that school, evidence that it was premeditated. Many aspects of these incidents remain unexplained. Imagine, by John Lennon, searching for an anthem for the New World Order. The earth will never be a paradise, but perhaps we could prevent it from becoming a cheesy imitation of hell. Nicolas Gomez Davila. The well-known song by pop star John Lennon, Imagine, released in 1971, has long transcended purely musical aspects to become, or be transformed into, an anthem of pacifism and multiculturalism. Therefore, this song can be considered a kind of symbol of weak thinking and the goodish that prevails in today's society through its childish millenarian utopias and its dictatorship of political correctness. It reflects a cultural environment revolving around appearance, propaganda, and virtual, completely detached from the personal and intimate experience of the real. In this article, we will first analyze the lyrics of the song, examining its meaning and the unmistakable message it carries, clearly explicitly, as will be seen. Subsequently, we will reflect on the social role that this song plays within contemporary society, a role closely related to the need for new, and false, myths and rituals designed to replace traditional myths and rites, creating the appearance of a society in the purely external and formal realm. This socializing and cohesive role is more significant than it may seem at first glance, and it shares commonalities with other musical and cinematic creations of the last century, what has come to be called the cultural industry, replacing popular art, as condensers or catalysts of a mentality and certain psychic tendencies. Within the context of social engineering, they are an inseparable part of the current state of society, actively contributing to its maintenance. The New World Order, a happy utopia accessible to all. Imagine there's no heaven. And no hell below us/above us, only sky. The beginning of the song is astonishingly explicit, situating us from the first verse on the track of what is to come and how we should interpret it, an explicit denial of all transcendence and spirituality, the spiritual heaven and hell, followed by the assumption of the grossest materialism as the only horizon to which human existence is reduced, the physical sky. Therefore, there is a clearly anti-metaphysical stance here, characteristic of modern mentality. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Once the previous framework for the song's narrative, equivalent to the materialist paradigm, is established, more concrete realities are described as the supposed ideal of human life within this anti-metaphysical and materialist existential framework. The song presents a direct attack on the existence of nations and nationalities, implying the advocacy of a globalized world, a defense that will be made explicit a bit later. In reality, this is an attack on difference in any form, directed against any social or cultural particularism. Remember that postmodernity considers all particularism not only arbitrary and unjustified but also the exclusive source of division and all the evils afflicting society. Never is difference considered providential. The objective is to equalize, to make a tabula rasa, always downward, towards the lower, being one of the most characteristic features of the modernizing process. Its ultimate consequence is the progressive undifferentiation of the different levels of manifestation involved, the individual, society, culture, and eventually even human nature. This immersion in the lower levels is where global power, transnational corporations and global governance institutions, always dictate what the standard should be, what the measure is, what is good or bad, or what should be considered a universal value. We are approaching the classic homogenizing discourse disseminated by global elites, a discourse we, unfortunately, know only too well in Western societies today. Indeed, the defense of globalism consciously or unconsciously implies an attack on any form of identity. It is particularly striking that, within the cynicism characterizing globalist propaganda and its war of words, this practical imposition of forced uniformization and homogenization in all aspects of society as an inevitable part of the globalizing process coexists with a discourse supposedly defending multiculturalism, plurality, and difference. In reality, it implies the de facto extinction of all cultures and all human diversity. While all of this is now visible and understandable to anyone, it seems an extraordinarily bold attack for the time. As we have mentioned on other occasions, certain individuals become heralds seemingly championing certain struggles and ideas that, although they may seem audacious in their time, are, in fact, the general tendencies of that time taken to their extreme and are sometimes made explicit in a raw form. Artists, in particular, often play this role, not at all innocence, of announcing and preparing society for what is to come because their influence on the unconscious psyche of the ordinary person is formidable. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too. We now come to the description of the moral ideal, ethos, inherent in this new utopian world proposed by the song, a world constructed, we must remember, on the absence of heaven and transcendence. Therefore, sticking to the lyrics allows us to dissect its poisonous fruits, nihilism, existential emptiness, and absence of values and loyalties. And also, no religion. The anti-traditional attack becomes explicit and bare here. It is consistent, in any case, with the anti-metaphysical approach expressed at the beginning of the song. The inevitable consequence of the materialist and profane perspective that denies all transcendence is the negation of religion. It is indicative that these fervent attacks against religion, or religions in general, often come from those who do not hesitate to flirt with occultism, New Age, and any perverted and emptied spirituality devoid of traditional content, such as Orientalism or Theosophy. This is perfectly consistent with the dark influence against tradition under which these individuals find themselves, whether consciously or not, to a greater or lesser extent. In summary, within this utopian and happy world proposed by the song, there is no place for nations or religion. It is a declaration of principles. But let's turn for a moment to the argument of, without nations and without religion. It is evident that nation and religion are considered the great enemies of the globalist utopia, which is very significant. Nation and religion, pillars of the identity of any culture, are seen as the main resistances capable of facing the advance of globalism. According to this brief lesson in political philosophy offered by Lenin, once nations and religion are eliminated, the world will enjoy a long-awaited perpetual peace, a universally definitive and irreversible peace, as stated next. Imagine all the people living life in peace. Remember that this peace is only achievable, do not forget, because it is a crucial detail, by renouncing all transcendence, religion, and even any identity or loyalty that places itself above the individual, nation. In other words, it proposes reducing human life to materiality, corporeality, and extreme individualism. We face an ideal of human life reduced to materialism. The song concludes with the following two verses. I hope someday you'll join us. And the world will be as one. Here we find the explicit defense of globalism, without nations, without religion, abandoned to the anti-tradition and surrendered to a hedonistic materialism that seeks the peace of the body through the softness of the soul. Can we not discern precisely the globalizing, homogenizing, and centralizing process gradually leading to a unipolar world government, a process in which we are undeniably immersed and popularly summarized with the acronym New World Order? Was Lenin aware of this? It may be so, although, for the practical use and ceremony of the song, it is entirely irrelevant, as we will see. The expression "join us" could well represent a call to combat and heroic action. However, within this anti-traditional and transcendentally deprived context in which the lyrics operate, it has rather unsettling passive and herd connotations. This invitation to integrate into such a diffuse mindset suggests something more akin to a cult than a classic revolutionary proposal. We will return to this later. In any case, the entire song repeatedly recalls New Age movements. A new man for a new world. If such disorder were to become widespread, it would have effects on the cosmic environment itself, as all things are linked to one another according to rigorous correspondences. Genon. This is the ethical and vital perspective that Lenin's pacifist utopia proposes, that humanity renounces and rejects everything, naturally inherent in human beings, that implies the potential to transcend mere individuality. The new man proposed here is the man of modern millenarian utopias. The new man is the one for whom the new world is built, in other words, the new order, NWO. This man cannot be a complete man. He must be, and we emphasize the words, a divided, fractured, split man, initiated into the depths of his being, in his soul. He is a man for whom humanity is incomplete, or rather, amputated, and therefore impossible to reintegrate, restore, or reconnect to the primordial, Edenic, or paradisiacal human state. We say he is an incomplete man because, for this new man, the spiritual will not simply be absent as an unfulfilled possibility, unrealized potential, but entirely forbidden since its very possibility will have been excised. The new man, proposed by all materialist, totalitarian, and homogenizing utopias is a man who cannot and will not become complete, diminished in his essential qualities, and thus unnatural. In harsh terms, he is an underman. This is the type of man that these utopian revolutions propose in theory and construct in socio-political practice. As we have mentioned on other occasions, the sociological value of certain scientific speculations and theorizations, as simplistic and grotesque as they are unreal, does not lie in their truth value, since they are false for any observer free from prejudices, but in their prophetic value, as they seek to create the conditions, the context, political, social, psychological, and cultural, but also material, in which their theory could become real. In essence, it is not about describing the man as the tabula rasa that he has never been, but about convincing him, the man of today, that he is, eventually achieving that he becomes one in reality. In this sense, we note that the common modern man has already been convinced of lacking a soul and the unreality of this concept. This re-education effort aims to modify the psychic substrate to enable the subsequent modification of human nature itself. In summary, the value of these reductionist theories is not to be true today but to become true someday. They function as a beacon pointing to the direction and destination of the utopian and revolutionary project. It is noteworthy that the social and political sciences have been engaged in this amputation of the troublesome human part to the interests of the New World, the New World Order, NWO, for over a century. Imagine no possessions. Another noteworthy characteristic is that in this New World, characteristic of materialistic and egalitarian utopia, all men will be outcasts, servants, and lumpen, as befits the fourth caste in traditional society. But contrary to a traditional society, in the utopian dream of modernity, this fourth caste turns out to be the definitive human ideal, referred to as the liberated subject, without spiritual aspirations, affiliations, identity, and possessions. In the progressive descent towards disintegration proposed by materialism, we find, once again, the individual as the ultimate reality, initiated and atomized, without references or community. This individualism unequivocally points towards the formation of this fourth caste. We have spoken on other occasions about how the man of the end of times will be a specular, and therefore inverted, reflection of the man from the Golden Age. It is curious that modern egalitarianism, which is the opposite of equality, implies social leveling downwards, towards the inferior, representing a progressive disqualification of the being as this process advances. Speaking of the disqualification of humanity is equivalent to saying immersion in the lowest caste, and even, if necessary, in the non-caste, of Varna. Therefore, while this egalitarian society of modern utopias may seem to have surpassed the castes, which is the ideal of the Adavarna in Hinduism, in reality, we are faced with its inverted reflection, the absence of caste, Avarna. To the profane mind, this may seem like an irrelevant and inconsequential fact, but it actually implies the loss of certain subtle potentialities and the manifest and irreversible impossibility of following the path of personal and spiritual realization that tradition made available to human beings. This is the less visible, less noticeable, but much more lethal consequence of transhumanism. In conclusion, Lenin's well-known pacifist utopia turns out to be an apology for globalization, with its materialistic, individualistic, and anti-traditional character. Postmodernity as overcompensation. After what has been said, it is easy to establish some parallels between the message contained in the song's lyrics and a couple of well-known cultural references. On the one hand, there is a clear parallel between the description of that idyllic, pacified, and smooth world in Lenin's song with the utopian scenario described in Aldous Huxley's well-known novel, Brave New World. In this case, the future is presented with a critical and dystopian charge entirely absent from Lenin's seemingly innocent and somewhat childish song. For Lenin, such a life and world seem to be genuinely desirable, a kind of materialization of paradise on earth. Secondly, clear parallels can also be drawn with the idea of the end of history, proposed by Francis Fukuyama in the 1990s. Recall that in all universalist and globalist utopias, there is no otherness, no place for another. It is worth noting that achieving the egalitarianism and homogenization of society, an objective presented to us as desirable through mass media and soft power, is precisely the dream of every totalitarian ideology, which now dominates the world with its single thought and its mandatory ways. In relation to the latter, it must be pointed out that, in addition to the evident apology for globalization throughout the song, we find, as we already hinted at in the first part, the description of a servant man, typical of the fourth caste, who is the prototype of the subject in line with the globalized world being analyzed, a type of man who accepts his fate within such a scenario with meekness and resignation. This detail seems interesting as this submissive and resigned human type contradicts the typical human type of revolutionary myths promoted by modernity, an active subject, self-constructing, and whose goal is to dominate the surrounding world, summed up in the masculine or manly ideal of modernity. On the other hand, it is worth noting that only recently has this model of a subdued and submissive subject, let's say citizen, using the powers newspeak, clearly been presented as the desirable citizen model, the prototype of the integrated and adapted individual. This shift from an active subject, idealized by power, to a meek and submissive one raises the question, is there a substitution of the ideal citizen model by power? We are talking about a model of an individual that we have described before, characterized by selfishness, the center of attention is always oneself, sentimentalism, lack of rigor, shown in their tendency towards psychic dispersion, and at the same time, passivity and uncritical submission to power. All these traits are inseparable from the expansive state model and the myth of the welfare state, that leads the subject to delegate more and more aspects of their life and responsibility to the state entity. A subject, as we have said so many times, extremely feminized, 1, psychically weak, noticeably sickly, and progressively dependent on the state. In this description, we encounter a society where one pole dominates the other, a sick and unbalanced society, which has deviated from order and harmony, symbolically represented by the axis mundi. This is why all traditional civilizations have a symbolic place representing the center of the world, a place where the reintegration and reharmonization of that culture with the supreme order are possible. Modernity brought an extreme development of the masculine pole, which, now in postmodernity, as if it were a pendulum movement, is diminished and overcompensated for by the feminine pole. If rigor is the flaw of excessive dominance of the masculine pole, which, let's remember, corresponds to the pillar of rigor in the diagram of the Sephirotic tree, the symmetrical error will occur when the imbalance falls on the feminine pole, pillar of mercy, an excess of compassion and misunderstood charity, accompanied by exaggerated sentimentalism and emotionality. So, what we have just described in the previous paragraph is perfectly observable and recognizable in today's Western society, over-socialized and feminized, as Evola announced, with its moralistic impositions or the puritanism of political correctness. A society trapped in an excess of rights and bureaucracy that has completely lost its vigor, that is, its driving force, corresponding to the guna rajas. Now, does this change in the character of society from masculine to feminine precisely reflect the transition from modernity to postmodernity? On the other hand, is it possible to see in this change of the model of the good citizen we pointed out earlier, urged from power itself, a subtle but profound civilizational change with more far-reaching consequences than one might think at first glance? In conclusion, it is noteworthy that the song anticipated its time, playing a herald, almost prophetically, of the pseudo-religious forms of postmodernity that were yet to come, pacifism and the New Age. Article by Isol R. Alvarez. June, 2017. The structure of world power toward a new world order. Humanity is experiencing a systemic collapse of everything known, a collapse of all beliefs and institutions. The entire social order is set to be modified by another. We are talking about an unprecedented work of social engineering. This would be desired by the great conquerors of humanity who have always existed with their desire for absolute power, Julius Caesar, Attila, Charlemagne, Genghis Khan, Moctezuma, Napoleon, Ivan the Terrible, and many more. To achieve this dominion, it is necessary to destroy civilization from its foundations. Modify every culture, every people, every nation-state from their roots. All of this will directly gravitate with the management of power, in a specific space and time. Space manifests the here and now, while time reflects its permanence and increase. This aligns with the known world of the time. In this case, the only way to obtain total control is to have global space, which is the world, and a permanent time. While permanence and increase lead to another factor, which is short, medium, and long-term planning. Therefore, to carry out this project, exquisite planning has been employed, with a projection of years in advance in its most general terms. Advancing toward a change that will modify the way of life for humanity. There are currently visible effects, such as globalization. This preparation will be executed through mechanisms of pincer effect. Even when there are large-scale global events, they will be disguised from public opinion to hide their true interests. Psychological warfare and propaganda take unprecedented forms. All of this is done to gradually remove obstacles in the way. The initial objectives are to undermine the fundamental foundations of the nation-states that constitute them as sovereign entities. This is done to create a controlled chaos and gradually eliminate the sovereignty and will of each people on Earth, creating the need for global unification. There are public figures with high media impact promoting world government as a panacea. These mechanisms are not new, create the problem and offer the solution. What is novel is their scope and network of power. The private world government will dictate what is done and not done on the entire planet. Who wants to execute this world government? This planetary private government plan corresponding to the New World Order has major supporters. It is led by a faction that has been in power for quite some time, thus handling power discreetly and extensively on behalf of private real power. These include 1. The elites, bankers who are truly economic industrial dynasties, such as Rothschild, Rockefeller, Morgan, Schiff, Warburg, Carnegie, Loeb. 2. Think tanks or brain trusts, including the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, the Trilateral Commission, Bilderberg Group, Royal Institute of International Affairs, RIIA, World Economic Forum, Group of 30, Tavistock Institute, and some of its research centers like the Brookings Institution, Hudson Institute, Planning Research Corporation, Walden Research, Merle Thomas Corporation, Flow Laboratories, Stanford Research Institute, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Rand Research and Development Corporation, America's Society/Council of the Americas, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, among others. 3. Many more, all funded by the aforementioned groups. While there are various interpretations of who controls private real power, including royal houses, Freemasonry, the Vatican, Zionism, and private power groups, it is nearly impossible to determine with precision who its most active members are, precisely because of the complexity of the structure. How is power managed? All of this cannot be done without significant participation from a highly influential sector worldwide. These are an elite group of bankers, academics, scientists, businessmen, and entrepreneurs. They fund and are responsible for coordinating their activities, their programmatic agenda in high-level study centers called think tanks or brain trusts. This small conglomerate of people with a low public profile but high influence plans gradually how to make their plans a reality. Usually, they are not visible in the press, but their members are entirely recognizable if sought out. The most important think tanks were mentioned above. Some of the individuals who have been part of the Trilateral Commission include George Soros, President of the Open Society Institute, Hungary. David Rockefeller, President and founder of the Trilateral Commission, USA. Jean Bourguignon, General Manager of Électricité de France, France. Jean Kirkpatrick, Ambassador to the UN, USA. Robert McNamara, President of the World Bank, USA. Takashi Makebo, President of the National Commission for Atomic Energy, Japan. Zbigniew Brzezinski, National Security Advisor, USA. Henry Kissinger, Secretary of State of the United States, Germany. Etienne Davignon, President of Société Générale du Belgique, Belgium. By José Francisco Herrera. October 22, 2016. Historical Grand Moves. If we initiate a representation on a large-scale political level, we must begin with a palpable historical view worldwide. A grand move. This is the division of the world into two poles. Into two seemingly opposite political systems that actually complement each other ideologically, ethically, spiritually, and militarily. These two poles are capitalism and communism. On one side, the Scottish economist Adam Smith, and on the other side, the sociologists Mordecai Kissel, alias Karl Marx, and Friedrich Engels. This grand staging brought irreconcilable harm to the proletariat. Having a more objective view, both are capitalist systems. What varies is its administration, one being public and the other private. Continuing with this great capitalist model in its phases, public and private, the traces can be noted up to the present day. Each phase, public and private, develops its own school of thought, its own doctrine. Therefore, in all political systems worldwide, unfortunately, there is a clear representation of political left and right. The origin of these denominations and their preponderance is not accidental, as well as the significance of the words. Interestingly, the great bankers Rothschild, Warburg, Hirsch, Wallenberg, Loeb, Kahn, Schiff, and Ashburg, who propagated and financed capitalist ideas, were the same ones who financially supported anarchist Marxists in Eastern Europe like Lenin, Trotsky, Kerensky, and Kamenev in Russia, Kuhn in Hungary, Liebknecht and Eisner in Germany, among others. These great bankers are behind the entire global system, creating enmities to generate desired effects. In this case, they divided the world in two and sponsored their chess game, with the pieces moved by the same hand. This game was mentioned several times in his speeches by the general and statesman Juan Domingo Perón in his work La Hora de los Pueblos, saying that the people who answered the red phones in Washington and Moscow did not speak English or Russian. Also, rescuing the term synarquia, referring to, the synarquia is constituted by communism, Masonry, Zionism, liberalism, and the Vatican. It can be noted how there is a parallel between Freemasonry and communism, as Lev Bronstein, better known as Leon Trotsky, pointed out in his autobiographical book My Life. Studies on Freemasonry gave me the opportunity to contrast and review my ideas. I had not discovered anything new. Delving deeper, that process had already been foreseen by two illustrious writers of the 19th century, the Russian Leon Pinsker and the Austro-Hungarian Theodor Herzl. The latter maintained in his book, Der Judenstaat, that when the controllers of that higher instance sank into the proletariat, they became the leaders of revolutions, while when they emerged into the capitalist world, they became the leaders of international finance. With all this, they seek the destruction of the nation-state itself, which, according to anarchist Marxist precepts, is an instrument of the bourgeoisie to exploit the working class. Religion is the opium of the people. One cannot support the homeland simply because the worker has no homeland. Morality is an instrument of bourgeois domination, law, order, and norm are mechanisms of repression, and so on. This answers the interests of the New World Order. The internationalism of this doctrine, this religious fanaticism, serves to absorb and destroy countries, as seen in Poland during World War II due to the invasion by the Soviet Union. Current government systems and political parties. The government systems on the planet are quite manipulated, indicating a great structural baggage, but in practice, they do not differ much. For example, presidential, monarchical, parliamentary, federal, among others. Political parties are similarly indistinct from one another. And in this, one does not need to be very astute to know that power always surrenders to the same. It doesn't matter if the strap is Democratic, Christian, Liberal, Social Democratic, Republican, Labor, or the third way. This third way is quite important for this private world government, which is a synthesis of an entire ideological conglomerate that aims to be imposed on the world's population. Its three facets can be seen. 1. In its socio-cultural facet, it defines itself as progressive, anti-religious, anti-military in some countries, modernist, pro-gay, pro-abortion. Clearly against world culture, undermining the pillars of sovereign nation-states. 2. In the political facet, it takes a centrist position, respects state structures, is democratic, and defends the status quo. Respecting and promoting formal power, i.e., institutions and governments that follow the recommendations of think tanks. 3. In the economic facet, it is discreetly right-wing and plays the game of international usury. Maintaining the distribution of power, feeding the great economic industrial dynasties. Mediation of imperialism. To have a great international political thrust and be able to achieve its objectives, imperialist countries are used. The U.S., with its foreign policy orchestrated by the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, attempts to conquer the entire world. Currently, its main visible mentors are Zbigniew Brzezinski, National Security Advisor in the Jimmy Carter administration between 1977 to 81, advisor to the foreign policy of the Democratic Party, and Sir Henry Kissinger, former Secretary of State of the United States in the Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford administrations, advisor to the Republican Party. Both passed through the Trilateral Commission founded by David Rockefeller, and this follows the same political line as the CFR. The CFR has been one of the most efficient instruments of the establishment. This organization, through its tentacles, determines the course of U.S. public life in its entirety, including foreign policy. To finance its activities, it turns into multinational firms and philanthropic foundations. Among its subsidiaries are Carnegie Corporation of New York, IBM World Trade Corporation, Citibank, General Motors Corporation, Citicorp, Chemical Bank, Association of Radio and Television News Analysts, the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, Rockefeller Brothers Fund, the Andrew Mellon Foundation, Morgan Guaranty Trust Company, and the Commonwealth Foundation. This makes the CFR an organization where the ideological synthesis of the Fabian Society has operated most effectively. The Fabian Society is an institute that flourished in London in 1884 under the tutelage of the English politician Sidney Webb, 1859–1947, and writer George Bernard Shaw, 1856–1950. Its main champion of the movement was socialist activist Robert Owen, 1771–1858. They developed the idea of a classless society, seeking cultural and spiritual dissolution. Leading the synthesis of socialism, welfare state, and capitalism, market laws. A merger that should lead to the implementation of a monopolistic economy within the framework of a globalized state government. Plausible objectives. The above brings to mind the Order of the Illuminati of Bavaria or the Illuminati, which originated in 1776, a date that appears in Roman numerals at the base of the pyramid drawn on the reverse side of the $1 bill. Curiously, the same bill has the inscription Novus Ordo Seclorum, New Secular or World Order. While there are no proven connections of this Masonic lodge with what was previously discussed, many experts maintain the thesis that Adam Weishaupt, the leader, and ideologist of the Illuminati of Bavaria, was the one who began to promote the ideas of the New World Order. It is also said that there is a parallel between this order and those power groups. It could be said that Amschel Rothschild was the king, and John Rockefeller was the magician, both higher degrees of the lodge. The projects of the Trilateral Commission are not very different from those of the CFR. It operates on three basic axes. 1. Establish a single world government, run by owners and officials of megacorporations. 2. In the long term, eliminate national borders. 3. Strengthen the dominance of the United Nations. Reviewing, we can find that during the Nixon era, it is said that he came to power thanks to the CFR. The American administration had 115 CFR members in positions of power. During Carter's era, that number increased to 284 members. In Reagan's era, there were 257 members. When Bush Sr. was president, he practically installed the CFR in the government, appointing 382 members of that organization to key positions of power. Finally, Bill Clinton had 17 of the 19 ministerial positions occupied by members of the CFR and the Trilateral Commission, Graziano, 2003. Among the working lines of these groups, the following can be observed. The creation of a private world government. The erosion of sovereign nation-states. Socio-cultural standardization and elimination of national values. The imposition of a globalized financial and monetary system. The administration of a global war system to maintain mass cohesion, Salbucci, 2005. Conclusion. Taking a structural approach to the plans, there are many obstacles on the path to building a private world government. Adding that the solution to this proposed New World Order is simple, it consists of a deep awakening of all the nations of the world. Seeking a multipolar and multilateral international order, always maximizing the sovereignty of countries, enhancing cultural identity, sincerity, and the common good of all nations worldwide. Generating a warm meeting of people while heading towards a world government. When statements from members of the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, politicians from both the left and right, and even the World Health Organization talk about a centralized world government controlled by the economic elites who aim to govern the global population, politics, and the economy, do you still not believe in the new order? Do you think it's just fantasy? Do you believe the new order will bring you peace and security? Well, we have very bad news for you. The new order has been planned for over 4,000 years, and it will materialize in a few years. It will be the missing head of the historical pyramid. Are you prepared? And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Revelation 13, 16-18. The most impactful prophecies of the Bible are found in the last book, known as Revelation or Apocalypse, recorded by the Apostle John around the year 95. These events, the last and most astonishing panoramic view of the future, embody revelations of culminating events, some already fulfilled, most still in the future. The book is presented, almost entirely, as visions that the author claims to have received from God or Jesus Christ, Revelation 1, 1-2, and is written in a language quite different from that used in other books of the New Testament. The prophecy of the world order. The Bible reveals that, at the end of times, there will exist on earth a single world government, a world empire, or a world order, which, like any government, will have a representative. Additionally, this global government will be sustained and complemented by a single world religion. The human head of this global religion will be a charismatic figure, who will enjoy the acceptance, favor, and blind obedience of a significant portion of the world's population. Its main flags will be love, piety, world peace, and the brotherhood of peoples. Don't be surprised if its anthem is John Lennon's Imagine or something similar, a song that, though beautiful, fits perfectly into the tactics of this world leader who will command the new order. The world government. Of all the momentary glimpses of the things which must shortly be done. Revelation 1 verse 1, that John reveals, none is more intriguing and staggering than the vision of the beast in chapter 13 of Revelation. This is not the first time she has appeared to biblical prophets. Based on the details, it is evident that this is the same terrifying creature whose description has already been recorded 3 times. John personally had seen it twice. Daniel had also seen it 600 years earlier. This beast represents the resurgence of the Roman Empire, which will become satanic counterfeit on a world scale of the kingdom of God. This empire will be globally ruled by one person, one man, the Antichrist, who will be Satan's representative on earth. Rome will regain its greatness. In the way it controlled the ancient world, it will also be the headquarters for the New World Order, the dream of the United Nations. This world government will not be proclaimed instantly, but the process has been gradually developing and will materialize very soon. Basically, the most effective and decisive way is to globalize people through their commercial transactions. Free trade agreements are one of the most notorious stages these days. In this regard, we have clear signs of how much progress is being made in this regard, given the trade agreements that have been developing worldwide for quite some time, such as the European Economic Community, NAFTA, Mercosur, etc. Paul-Henri Spaak, 1899–1972, one of the founders of the European Common Market, 1948, and Secretary-General of NATO, 1957–1961, said in a famous speech, "We don't want any more committees, we have too many committees already." What we want is to have a man of sufficient stature to link all those people and get us out of this sad economic crisis we are in. Send us that man. We will receive him, whether he comes from God or the devil. The next step, which astonishingly has already begun to manifest itself in Europe, is monetary unification, where practically the entire continent has already adopted the euro, obviously abandoning each old currency. In July 2000, and not without much consternation, the oldest currency in Europe died forever, the drachma of Greece, which perished in order to promote the advancement of the world economy and the monetary unification of Europe with the euro. The note says, many Greeks see this change as an indication that the country is losing its personality. Unfortunately, it is a clear indication that much more than that will be lost, globally. A gigantic shift. In addition to European and global political and economic stability, the euro will favor growth and protect union countries against the whims of the markets. The common currency will ultimately boost European power and pave the way for political unity and a common constitution, the next major challenge. Pave the way for political unity and a common constitution. This is nothing more than preparing the ground for the rule of the Antichrist. Published in Clarín, the main Argentine newspaper, on Sunday, December 23, 2001. Tasks fulfilled after the euro incorporation. The president of the European Commission said in an article published in Clarín, the main Argentine newspaper, on Thursday, December 27, 2001, by the end of next year, we will have finished negotiations to incorporate no less than 10 new countries into the Union. In a few years, the European Union will extend to most of Europe. We destroyed the last remnants of the Iron Curtain, thus bringing together the East and the West and completing the decisive stages to lead to a great Europe. All these events, which will occur before the end of my term as head of the European Commission, will significantly influence our entire continent. In the end, this process will not end in the creation of a European state but in something entirely new. We are building a union of nations and people that strengthens our ability to solve common problems, improves our lives and prospects for everyone. We are building a union of nations and peoples. Wednesday, January 2, 2002, even Pope John Paul II blessed the new common currency in Rome, welcoming the arrival of the euro, which yesterday began to have legal tender. European from Poland, a country getting ready to enter the community, Karol Wojtyla said that with the single currency, the 12 countries of the Union achieve a historic goal. John Paul II directed a special wish of peace and prosperity to the nations of Euroland. As expected, Benedict XVI called for the construction of the New World Order. The Supreme Pontiff called for building a new world order and stated that only if united can humanity face threats such as terrorism, poverty, and epidemics. Pope Benedict XVI urged humanity today to commit to the building of a new world order, founded on just ethical and economic relationships, in his first Christmas message since he assumed the pontificate in April. United humanity, said the Pope, will be able to face so many current threats, among which he mentioned terrorism, poverty, the proliferation of weapons, epidemics, and environmental degradation. This was Benedict XVI's first Urbi et Orbi message to the city and the world, pronounced before thousands of people gathered in St. Peter's Square. The Clarín. Revelation 13. 16-17. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. In summary, it is clear that the Antichrist, individual, will be the counterfeit that Satan presents of Christ, and the restored Roman Empire, or New World Order, will be a counterfeit of the kingdom of God on earth. In the ancient Roman Empire, the emperor was worshipped as God. As such, he was the leader of the pagan priesthood and the official pagan religion of the empire, sponsored by the state. Images were made of Caesars before which citizens were obliged to bow in worship. Those who refused to recognize the emperor as God were executed. And so, it will be when the Roman Empire is re-established under the Antichrist, Revelation 13. 12–15. When Emperor Constantine supposedly converted to Christianity in 313 AD, in reality, it was a shrewd political maneuver. He granted freedom to Christians, as well as official status to the Christian Church in collaboration with paganism. Since it was now a recognized religious body in the empire, Constantine, as emperor, had to be recognized as its de facto head. As the head of the pagan priesthood, Constantine was the Pontifex Maximus, Pont Max, and he needed a similar title as the head of the Christian Church. Christians honored him as the Bishop of Bishops, while Constantine called himself Vicarius Christi, Vicar of Christ. However, this phrase in Latin, when translated into Greek, literally means Antichrist. Constantine was the prototype of the Antichrist prophesied in Scripture, and the one who is yet to come. The Antichrist will be a unique individual, without predecessors or successors. This will be the new Constantine, the ruler of the restored world Roman Empire. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand. Revelation 1. 3. Article by Juan Carlos Alganeras. Microchip or Mark of the Beast, 666. New World Order Plan. The prophecies of the Bible are coming true, and yet people are not fully awakening from ignorance. Revelation 13. 15–18. And it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast might even speak and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. Also, it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark, that is, the name of the beast or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666 inch. Now let's talk about the present. We all know that science has advanced drastically. It's not just science anymore, it's now also about fashion, entertainment, business, among others. We are exposed every day to an increasingly different and modern way of life, as some see it, a life that is more comfortable, faster, and simpler. When we talk about modern times, we are talking about farewell to what we were before, farewell to the old culture, hello to what is to come, always adapting to the technology that, in one way or another, facilitates our daily lives. Daniel 12. 4. But you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. Now, we are talking about a mark, a seal of identity, something that everyone must be able to buy or sell, whether you are rich or poor, free or a slave, whatever you are, you must update yourself to society, to the modern laws, so to speak. You may wonder, what does the Bible say about the mark of the beast have to do with modern times and the new laws in the world? Well, many have already realized that in Hollywood movies, they depict the future as something very distant, as if nothing they project on those screens will ever happen. They portray a future with flying vehicles, holograms, zombie attacks, etc. Things that I will explain in detail later when I talk to you about Hollywood. Among these things, we can mention certain movies where microchips are implanted in the skin, such as Ender's Game, Total Recall, Divergent, The Hunger Games, among others. What is Verichip? Verichip was the first human implant approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration in 2004. It was a nanochip with information about its human carrier that could be retrieved through a radio frequency identification (RFID) system. It was marketed by Verichip Corporation, a subsidiary of Applied Digital Solutions. In the United States, the law on microchip implantation is very close to being passed. NBC News predicted that this law would be approved in 2017. In early 2007, Verichip Corporation created SMARC, its corporate identity for health products. Among them were, Abraços SMARC, which incorporates the Halo system for child protection, Roam Alert, the Wandering Protection System, locating or geographically locating people, MyCall, the Emergency Response System, AssaTrack, for the Individual Tracking System, In 2010, it was withdrawn from the market due to poor acceptance and sales, leaving the possibility that its technology could be applied to new products and applications, such as those marketed by Destron fearing for use in animals. Verichip Corporation, the producer of microchips, considers them a fast and secure way to access medical information for thousands of patients brought to emergency rooms, who are unconscious or unable to communicate due to their medical condition. They would also be inserted into police officers, security agents, immigrants, detainees, and even children, to know their whereabouts. This system consists of a handheld reader, a microchip approximately the size of a grain of rice, containing a unique 16-digit identification number, which is implanted in the right arm, and a database. People with this device will always be located at their location. It will be like the GPS system in people, but more efficient and with more information available about its carrier. In the United States and other countries, these microchips are currently being implanted into human bodies. There are also discussions about replacing identity cards and credit cards with Verichip. However, there has been widespread opposition to placing these devices as these microchips would deprive people of their privacy. If the Verichip system were to be established as a universal means of identification, we could not predict the positive or negative consequences of this measure. What is certain is that our lives would change drastically, and there is even the possibility that new diseases, computer viruses, could affect us. In Europe, since May 2014, all over Europe, it has foreseen the obligation to present babies to install a microchip under the skin that must be applied in public hospitals at the time of birth. The microchip in question, as well as a data sheet with information about the person, name, blood type, date of birth, etc., is also a powerful GPS detector that will work with a micro battery replaceable every 2 years in state hospitals. The GPS chip is next generation and therefore allows a detection error margin of equal to or less than 5 meters. It can be directly connected to a satellite, which will manage the connections. Whoever wants to implant a microchip for free, or implant their children, if they were born before May 1, 2014, by filling out an application form to join the ASL. Even in the Vatican. Revelation 17, Condemnation of the Great Harlot. Then one of the 7 angels who had the 7 bowls came and said to me, Come, I will show you the judgment of the great prostitute who is seated on many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed sexual immorality, and with the wine of whose sexual immorality the dwellers on earth have become drunk. And he carried me away in the spirit into a wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast that was full of blasphemous names, and it had 7 heads and 10 horns. The woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet, and adorned with gold and jewels and pearls, holding in her hand a golden cup full of abominations and the impurities of her sexual immorality. And on her forehead was written a name of mystery, Babylon the Great, mother of prostitutes and of earth's abominations. And I saw the woman, drunk with the blood of the saints, the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. When I saw her, I marveled greatly. But the angel said to me, Why do you marvel? I will tell you the mystery of the woman, and of the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns that carries her. The beast that you saw was, and is not, and is about to rise from the bottomless pit and go to destruction. And the dwellers on earth whose names have not been written in the book of life from the foundation of the world will marvel to see the beast, because it was and is not and is to come. This calls for a mind with wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman is seated, they are also 7 kings, 5 of whom have fallen, one is, the other has not yet come, and when he does come he must remain only a little while. As for the beast that was and is not, it is an 8th, but it belongs to the 7, and it goes to destruction. And the 10 horns that you saw are 10 kings who have not yet received royal power, but they are to receive authority as kings for 1 hour, together with the beast. These are of one mind, and they hand over their power and authority to the beast. They will make war on the Lamb, and the Lamb will conquer them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings, and those with him are called and chosen and faithful. And he said to me, The waters that you saw, where the prostitute is seated, are peoples and multitudes and nations and languages. And the 10 horns that you saw, they and the beast will hate the prostitute. They will make her desolate and naked, and devour her flesh and burn her up with fire, for God has put it into their hearts to carry out his purpose by being of one mind and handing over their royal power to the beast, until the words of God are fulfilled. And the woman that you saw is the great city that has dominion over the kings of the earth. The Illuminati. The Illuminati are nothing more and nothing less than the elite of the elites, the most powerful secret society in the world. Established in the 18th century, the Illuminati, meaning enlightened, in reference to the Enlightenment movement, is said to have changed the course of world history by overthrowing monarchies that hindered social and intellectual progress. The Illuminati is also credited with the French Revolution, although some doubt their noble intentions, as they view people as naturally ignorant and foolish. The Illuminati are believed to be an enlightened elite using democracy to implement their ideas. Bilderberg Club. The Bilderberg Club, conference, group, or forum is an annual meeting attended by approximately 130 of the world's most influential people by invitation. The invitation specifies the attire, explicitly stating the prohibition of white socks. Members gather in luxury complexes in Europe, North America, and Western Asia, inaccessible to the press, with offices in Leiden, Netherlands. The club's name comes from the first hotel where the inaugural meeting took place in the Netherlands. Apocalypse 14. 9-13. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, If any man worships the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead, or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation, and he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels, and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up for ever and ever, and they have no rest day nor night, who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Here is the patience of the saints, here are they that keep the commandments of God, and the faith of Jesus. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, Write, Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth, yea, set the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them. Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones is a massive granite sculpture in Elbert County, Georgia, United States, known as the American Stonehenge. Erected in 1979 by an individual using the pseudonym R.C. Christian, the monument stands almost 6 meters tall and consists of 6 granite slabs weighing approximately 100 metric tons. 10 guides are inscribed in 8 modern languages, along with a short message in 4 ancient scripts, Babylonian, Classical Greek, Sanskrit, and Ancient Egyptian, Swahili, Hebrew, and Chinese. The English message reads, Maintain humanity under 500,000,000 in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a living new language. Rule passion, faith, tradition and all things with tempered reason. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Let all nations rule internally resolving external disputes in a world court. Void petty laws and useless officials balance personal rights with social duties. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Be not a cancer on the earth, leave room for nature. Daniel 12 verse 10 Many shall be purified, and made white and tried, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand. Illuminati cards. In 1990, a role-playing game inventor, Steve Jackson, was planning his new game, which would be called the Illuminati New World Order Game, or ANWO for short. Jackson was creating a game that would have a significant and close impact on every household. He wanted it to be closely related to the current Illuminati plan to steer the world toward the New World Order. How did Steve Jackson know about the Illuminati plan with such precision? In fact, he knew the plan so precisely that he received a surprise visit from the Secret Service, who did everything they could to silence him and prevent him from publishing this game. On the morning of March 1, 1990, without any warning, a force of armed Secret Service agents, accompanied by the local police and at least one civilian expert from the phone company, raided the offices of Steve Jackson Games and began searching for computerized equipment. The residence of the writer of GURPS Cyberpunk was also invaded. A large amount of equipment was confiscated, including 4 computers, 2 laser printers, some loose hard drives, and a variety of hardware. One of the computers was running the Illuminati BBS program. The company, Steve Jackson Games, defended itself in court and eventually won, but it almost went bankrupt financially. The investigation was due to an alleged fraud committed by the company due to hacker activities and the fact that the company promoted the hacker magazine called Frack. However, this was so weak that it didn't make much sense. In fact, the affidavit didn't make much sense, and the judge dismissed the case, awarding Steve Jackson Games $50,000 plus $250,000 for attorney fees. This is a lot of money to pay in taxes for a senseless case. So, this really highlights the fact that our Illuminist government, the Secret Service, then controlled by President George Bush, Sr., was concerned about something Steve Jackson Games was preparing and sought a reason to raid their offices and confiscate their materials. We believe, after you review these materials, that you will believe, like me, that the real reason the Secret Service invaded Steve Jackson Games was to silence them so they couldn't produce the Illuminati, New World Order, INWO, game, as it revealed much of the plan that would unfold years later. Draw your own conclusions, but I tell you it's crucial to realize what's happening in the world, especially when your life and your families can be affected. The Bible is the 100% true historical and prophetic book where you can find answers to all your questions, which may seem incomplete or on hold due to a lack of faith in God and His Word. Instead of dismissing the Bible and thinking about your own philosophies, why not do the opposite and start understanding what you really should know? Take matters into your own hands, read, study the Bible, and then read and study current events in the world, the news, etc., and you will see that everything fits perfectly, everything is prophetic, and nothing is a coincidence. Nothing is what it seems to be, everything is predestined, and it's up to you to decide whether to believe it or not. The number 7 and its relationship with the fulfillment of times. When analyzing the events unfolding in the world, in terms of politics, societal degeneration, impositions, the rise of heresies and doctrines, or ideologies of demons, and comparing it with the scriptures, I discovered how the number 7 stands out and how we are undeniably living in the last times. Without a doubt, the world is ripe for judgment. And I conclude this book with this chapter from a biblical reflection article I wrote in 2018. Notice how the number 7 stands out with and without zeros in history. The number 7 is the fullness of God, the fulfillment of times. The advent of the reign of the Antichrist has been preparing for centuries, although it cannot be established because the time has not yet come. This global reign, government or tyranny is an ancient idea, as humans have always desired to rule and dominate the entire world. However, since the mid-19th century, a series of events in history have been leading towards this global dominance, characterized by the number 7 as a sign of prophetic fulfillment, warning us of what is to come. From the foundation of the Illuminati masters in Bavaria, founders of the concept of the New World Order or global government, until the emergence of socialist ideology, 70 years have passed. From the emergence of communism around 1843 until it was chosen as a social and economic model and implemented as a system of government in Russia in 1917, another 70 years pass. From the implementation of communism in a superpower like Russia until its fall in the so-called Soviet Union, USSR, in Eastern Europe, 70 years pass. Although communism has not disappeared, it has simply mutated or changed its name. From the re-emergence of Israel as a prophetic clock of God in 1948 until the present, 2018, 70 years have passed. Since the first decade of the 2000s, the data chip or RFID, the mark of the beast mentioned in Revelation chapter 13, has been used in companies and institutions. Obama announced it in 2009, and it was expected to be fully operational across the country by 2017. The Obamacare was the excuse, but in reality, this implanted microchip was for general use, containing all our information and serving as an ID for fingerprints, bank accounts, and various records. By 2017, Microsoft had acquired the patent for the microchip with the number 060606. However, now the excuse is the COVID-19 pandemic, which they have used to force us to implant the health control chip they already have prepared. Clearly, we are in the last times before the coming of Christ. I believe that God has extended His mercy for a few more years. In 2017, Donald J. Trump appeared on the prophetic stage not only to thwart the plans of the New World Order but to undo it. Trump was chosen at a time when God extended His mercy to us, just as He had mercy on Nineveh, a pagan and cruel people to whom God sent the prophet Jonah to announce the judgment that God would bring. They repented, fasted, prayed, and humbled themselves, and God forgave them for another 40 years, but eventually, judgment still fell. However, this time of mercy extension is coming to an end because the American nation and the world, in general, have turned their backs on God, and the American people have allowed the theft of the 2020 elections with much passivity. They have also accepted, approved, consented, and participated in sins that go against God's order and moral, natural, biological, and human order. Many Christians lack discernment by not seeing these obvious signs, following the current of mediocrity, deception, and misinformation, and entertaining themselves with media and technology. Many will be taken by surprise on that day, like a thief in the night, and they will be left wanting, like foolish virgins. Going back in time. From the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ on the third day until the destruction of Jerusalem by the Roman Emperor Titus, 70 years pass. The tribulation mentioned by the prophet Daniel in the Old Testament, the Apostle Paul in Thessalonians, and the Apostle John in the book of Revelation, would last for 7 years. The prophet Daniel speaks of 70 weeks, which are 70 sets of 7 years, equal to 490 years. From the reconstruction of Jerusalem by the order of King Cyrus of Persia, which many theologians typify with Donald Trump in the current date, as the book of Ecclesiastes tells us that history is a series of repeated events, 70 sets of 7 years, or 490 years, pass. The tribulation and the Great Tribulation, which is the period that this new world order or reign of the Antichrist will last, will be 7 years. According to my calculations, from the emergence of capitalism as an economic and social model in the 16th century until the present, 70 sets of 7 years, or 490 years, have passed. Although capitalism has existed since the beginning of human civilization, not as a system or economic model but as a mode of trade. In the Old Testament, there is much talk of trade and investments, which in primitive times was a form of capitalism as we know it. Furthermore, Jesus spoke of capitalism as divine will, although obviously, that word does not appear in the Bible since the concept emerged centuries later. In the parable of the 10 talents in Matthew chapter 25, Jesus tells a human story of a businessman representing himself spiritually who has to leave and distribute his goods to his servants. In this case, the talents he distributes to his servants are money because that's what was used at that time, but spiritually, they represent gifts. He gave one 5, another 2, and another 1. The one with 5 went out, traded, and gained 5 more. Likewise, the one with 2 gained 2 more, but the one with 1 buried it in the ground to hide it. After a long time when the master returned, he asked them what they had done. The one who did nothing with the money, only returning it without interest or profit, the master said these words to him. His master replied, "You wicked, lazy servant. So, you knew that I harvest where I have not sown and gather where I have not scattered seed? Well then, you should have put my money on deposit with the bankers, so that when I returned, I would have received it back with interest. Take the talent from him and give it to the one who has 10 talents. For whoever has will be given more, and they will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. And throw that worthless servant outside, into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." This clearly shows that, although the Creator loves us all equally, not everyone deserves the same, because for there to be justice, there must be judgment. God will demand an account from all of us for what we have done in this temporary life that He lent us to decide where we would choose to spend eternity. Just as this master returned, Jesus will return to demand an account from us. And as you can see, both spiritually and morally, and humanly, God will demand an account for what we do with our life, our time, resources, possessions, money, and everything He lends us. And I make this reminder because since 2017, the popular ideology worldwide is socialism, in any of its doctrines, branches, or variants, as the New World Order will be formed by globalists, and globalism would be like a new variant of socialism, like a modern fascism, the first experimental synthesis put into practice, where the masses will be controlled, and three world empires will be imposed, the political, economic, and religious empires. Since socialism lends itself well to this control system, it would be easier to control and manipulate people, both those who do not believe in God and those who do, in alliance with Islam and ecumenism, religious syncretism, something they have been preparing for decades. Both socialism and Islamism impose an authoritarian dictatorship of control and dominance on their followers, unlike biblical Christianity, which teaches the way of God but respects the free will that God has granted us, without forcing our faith or the holy word of God. Both socialism and Islamism use censorship and repression against those who oppose them. That is why they form an alliance and wage war against capitalism and the Judeo-Christian religion. Donald Trump turned 70 years old, with 7 months and 7 days on the day he took office, in the year 2017. But something I can tell you in advance is that the tribulation spoken of by the apostles and prophets, which will be the last dispensation or time of testing for humans before the second coming of Christ, not as a savior but as a judge and as a king, is very close. If Revelation chapter 13 talks about this, chapter 12 warns us that woe to those who remain on the earth after the rapture of the holy children of God, those who live according to His word and do His perfect will, not according to religion but according to the truth, because the devil has come down with great power knowing that his time is short. And all these events that we are living through, all this that seemed impossible 10 or 20 years ago, all this corruption, immorality, with its acceptance and participation worldwide, all this wickedness and evil that is observed and admitted today, globalism, multiculturalism, cultural transformation, egalitarianism, anti-white racism, cultural Marxism, gay pride, distortion of history, impunity against crime, division, and hatred, as well as feminism, atheism, Islamism, and syncretism as a religious foundation, homosexual indoctrination, abortion, misinformation, persecution, and violence against those who think differently, censorship against independent press, free thinkers, intellectuals, those who expose with facts and not with theories what the controlling elite is plotting. In addition to the left's eagerness to make constitutional changes and the intention to destroy America with its principles and values, its history of over 200 years, and capitalism as the only functional system. All of this is nothing more than the end of time, that the days are numbered, that the prophecy of Daniel 8:23 is being fulfilled, which predicts the arrival of the New World Order or the coming of the Antichrist. When wickedness and transgressors or rebels or sinners reach their peak, a king will arise who will be the devil's Messiah, as it says, understood in riddles and even with supernatural powers. And we are already living in the culmination of evil. So, do not ask why or how long this is. My advice is to pray, seek more of God, or start seeking God if you haven't or have been doing it incorrectly, if you don't know Him, or think you knew Him. It is not enough to say you believe or go to a church, it is necessary to pray, fast, watch, worship, trust in Him, and, above all, live His word. Meanwhile, in the time we have left, it is necessary to pray, prepare for the future generation, and watch over our children because unfortunately, they will inherit a corrupted, degraded, demoralized, hostile, and violent world. Going back to the beginning and to summarize this biblical numerology and the passage of time, I will also provide another general piece of information about the history and the fulfillment of times. From Adam to Noah, 1,000 years passed, and the flood came as God's judgment on the perverted and degenerate human race. From Noah to Moses, another 1,000 years passed to bring the law as knowledge of sin, the Creator's will, and the beginning of prophecies. From Moses to Jesus, about 2,000 years passed to redeem the entire human race, and not just the Jews, the circumcised, or those who would keep Jehovah's law, but now all humans, through the sacrifice of the Lamb of God, the Messiah. From the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus in the year 33 to the present date, 1985 years have passed. We have 15 years left for the fulfillment of 2000, which would apparently be the second coming of Christ. But 7 years before that will be the rapture of his children who live according to his word and not according to religion. This completes 6,000 years of the existence of the human race until now, leading to the millennium of Christ that would complete the 7,000 years of dispensations, the complete number of God. According to the Hebrew calendar, we are in the year 5779, but the Hebrew calendar has an error of 240 years because, with certainty, they cannot know exactly when Adam, the first man, emerged and lived, who lived about 700 years on earth. So, in reality, we are in the year 6024 of human life on earth. Similarly, the Gregorian calendar, by which we are governed, has an error of 24 years to date, meaning that the 21st century, the new millennium, or the year 2000 did not exactly begin in 2000 but in 1994. This coincides with the dates, prophecies, and the end of times. The question is, if the millennium of Christ or the reign of the Messiah on earth is supposed to begin in the year 6000 to end with the last dispensation in the year 7000 and start the new creation, new heavens and a new earth, as the Bible says, why has Christ, the Messiah, not yet come to reign on earth? Going back in history and the biblical panorama, the people of Israel, who now represent the current church, lived in Egypt for 430 years of slavery. Egypt represents the world as such, figuratively speaking. We, the chosen ones, the children of God who live by faith and obedience, the born-again Christians, the true worshippers, and not just anyone who calls themselves Christian, believes in God and goes to church, are the spiritual Israel and are in the Egypt that is this world. Now, God told Abraham, the father of the Jews and the father of faith, that his descendants, Israel, would be captive in Egypt for 400 years, but it ended up being 30 more. The prophecy of the 400 years is found in Genesis 15 verse 13, and God said to Abraham, "Know for sure that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, where they will be enslaved and oppressed for 400 years. What happened then? To show how God acts, not contradicting or changing his mind but ultimately, time only exists under the sun, time is relative, there is no time in space, the cosmos, and even less in the kingdom of heaven, the dimension where the reign of Christ is. The historical evidence that Israel was in Egypt for 430 years is found in Exodus 12:40. The time that the children of Israel lived in Egypt was 430 years. And it happened that, at the end of the 430 years, on that very day, all the armies of the Lord went out of the land of Egypt. Note that Israel here represents the complete family, starting with Abraham, who was 100 years old when Isaac was born, and 75 years old when God gave him the first promise. This is the point in history where the prophecy of the 400 years begins, 5 years after the birth of Isaac. At that moment, God let Abraham know that his seed was in Isaac. It is worth noting that it was Ishmael's act of mocking Isaac that initiated the time of affliction. The 25 years plus these 5 years add up to 30 years, that is, the difference between the 400 and the 430 years. In any case, if God extended affliction to Israel, it was for a reason. Perhaps the parents of Joshua, who would later be Moses' successor and who would enter the promised land with Israel, had not been born, and Joshua also had to be born in captivity in Egypt. The truth is that now, God is extending his mercy or the time of affliction for the church in today's Egypt, this corrupt, degenerate, and declining world, because for those who know God, living in this world is an affliction. And if we take those extra 30 years as a reference to slavery in Egypt and knowing that the year 2000 started exactly in 1994, and that the 6000 started 25 years ago, which all coincides, we are living in that extended time of grace. So, I can say without fear of being wrong, without pretending to be a prophet, but just doing the math, using common sense, and seeing the signs we are experiencing today, we could be the generation. Of the rapture. When I see how this world is plummeting, becoming more insecure, more hostile, more savage, more sinful, more degraded, and abhorrent, knowing that it is ready for judgment because God will not allow wickedness to prevail, and if it were not for God shortening those days of the Great Tribulation where the Antichrist will reign with his globalist system and his new world order for 7 years, which will end in chaos, although it starts with much enthusiasm, as the prophet Daniel and the apostle John tell us in Revelation, no one who remains after the rapture would be saved because those who remain will have to die of hunger and let their children die of hunger if they do not allow themselves to be marked with the beast's mark, the data chip, or the RFID, for the control of all humans. Others will be imprisoned, tortured, and even beheaded for preaching Christ, the gospel, and even for possessing hidden Bibles, which, as expected, will all be confiscated and prohibited. In fact, in California, a state governed by Democrats, in the service of Satanist globalists, they are trying to ban the sales of Bibles. Soon they will be confiscated, churches will be closed, pastors and priests will increasingly have more limitations, censorship, and persecution if they do not conform to the system, the new normal, and the new order, which has been quietly imposed for centuries and has been imposed for decades. Are you ready for the rapture? We may have less than a decade left or less than a century, but evidently, according to the prophets Hosea, Daniel, Isaiah, Ezekiel, the Apostle John in Revelation, and Jesus himself in the New Testament, we are already experiencing that time by the chronological order of prophetic fulfillment. Although no one knows the day and the hour, and it cannot be predicted. The Bible says that as in the days of Noah, so will be the coming of the Son of God, that is, the second coming of Christ, with lost humanity in sin, degenerate and perverted, doing whatever they pleased, similar to now. For then, a flood came that wiped out everyone except Noah and his family who obeyed God and took refuge in the ark that God commanded them to build at that time, along with pairs of animals of all species on earth at that moment because God has not stopped creating. For now, Jesus is that ark or boat of salvation because he is the Savior, and all we have to do is believe by faith, not by sight, and obey his word. In this case, there is no need to build a boat, just trust in his promises and be ready for the rescue because he is coming for us before that great tribulation or that new chaotic and diabolical order. The Bible also speaks that in these last times, it would be like Sodom and Gomorrah, the world would be judged for so much depravity, and fire would rain from heaven. As it happened in Noah's time, so it will be when the Son of Man comes. They ate, drank, and were married and given in marriage until the day Noah entered the ark, then the flood came and destroyed them all. The same happened in Lot's time, they ate and drank, bought, and sold, sowed and built. But on the day Lot left Sodom, fire and sulfur rained from heaven and destroyed them all. So will be the day when the Son of Man is revealed, referring to the Messiah, Jesus, the Lamb of God, who was born and lived on earth as a human. UN's Agenda 2030, the true objectives behind their 17 new Sustainable Development Goals. Since these supposedly non-binding international agreements can sometimes be a bit tricky to decode, what with all the weaponized buzz terms and semantics games, we've prepared a handy-dandy translator on the 17 new Agenda 2030 goals below. Goal 1, end poverty in all its forms everywhere. Meaning, centralized banks, IMF, World Bank, Fed to control all finances, digital one world currency in a cashless society. Goal 2, end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. Meaning, GMO. Goal 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Meaning, mass vaccination, Codex Alimentarius. Goal 4, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Meaning, UN propaganda, brainwashing through compulsory education from cradle to grave. Goal 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Meaning, population control through forced family planning. Goal 6, ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. Meaning, privatize all water sources, don't forget to add fluoride. Goal 7, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Meaning, smart grid with smart meters on everything, peak pricing. Goal 8, promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. Meaning, TPP, free trade zones that favor megacorporate interests. Goal 9, build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Meaning, toll roads, push public transit, remove free travel, and environmental restrictions. Goal 10, reduce inequality within and among countries. Meaning, even more regional government bureaucracy like a mutant octopus. Goal 11, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Meaning, Big Brother Big Data Surveillance State. Goal 12, ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. Meaning, forced austerity. Goal 13, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Meaning, cap and trade, carbon taxes/credits, footprint taxes, aka Al Gore's wet dream. Goal 14, conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas and marine resources for sustainable development. Meaning, environmental restrictions, controlling all oceans including mineral rights from ocean floors. Goal 15, protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, and halt and reverse land degradation and halt biodiversity loss. Meaning, more environmental restrictions, more controlling resources, and mineral rights. Goal 16, promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. Meaning, UN peacekeeping missions, X1, X2, the International Court of Blind Justice, force people together via fake refugee crises and then mediate with more UN peacekeeping when tension breaks out to gain more control over a region, remove Second Amendment in USA. Goal 17, strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. Meaning, remove national sovereignty worldwide, promote globalism under the authority and bloated, Orwellian bureaucracy of the UN. Of course, these goals are unattainable, but that's beside the point. For the global elite, the point isn't to improve the world, the point is to control it. And who better controls the people of the world than those dictators in waiting at the United Nations? The Great Reset, where will it lead us? The world's elites aim to create a new global order, a better world, according to their conception. However, what is actually brewing is a world heading towards a darkness that surpasses all imagination. God urges us to understand and not be part of it. We are witnessing the beginning of a final resurgence of this ancient system that defies the purpose and plans of the living God. Jeremiah thought he was too young to be a prophet. God had told him that even before he was born, he had destined him to deliver his message to the nations. How could he, the son of a priest from an unknown village, preach the word of God to his own nation of Judah, and even less to the great nations beyond its borders? God told Jeremiah not to focus on his age but to concentrate on the power of God to support and fulfill a mission through him. And then he said, "Behold, I have put my words in your mouth. See, I have this day set you over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down, to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant." Jeremiah 1, 9-10. And God undoubtedly fulfilled his promise during the decades of Jeremiah's ministry. The mighty Assyrian Empire collapsed, Egypt lost its supremacy to become a second-class power, Judah would fall into the hands of Babylon, an empire whose lineage would be carried westward, to resurface in the Roman Empire. Jeremiah's time was one of reforms and resets. An era was coming to an end in that ancient world, and men feared for the future. What was familiar was changing, and old customs were disappearing. Kings and leaders sought to regain the cultures and glories of the past. The Assyrian king Ashurbanipal ordered ancient texts to be copied and preserved in his library in Nineveh. There was a nostalgic longing to return to the past, to a more normal time when men were secure in their faith and identity. The events of the late 7th and early 6th centuries BCE provide a lens through which we can understand what is happening now, in the early decades of the 21st century. Ours is a time of upheaval and change, accelerated by the recent global pandemic and growing global unrest. Rarely in history have so many transformative currents of civilization converged at one moment. The origins of the Great Reset. The world is being shaken by massive changes in technology, politics, economy, environmental issues, and culture, reshaping our view of history and reality. These ideas are spreading worldwide. The changes we are experiencing are like the shifting of the Earth's tectonic plates, creating a seismic movement of events on the world stage. It is tempting and reassuring to think that this is normal, or that the world will return to normalcy. But we are already seeing the adoption of ideas that point to a world far from the familiar order that has prevailed since the end of World War II in 1945. Some openly call for a Great Reset of the world order. This terminology has been adopted by the World Economic Forum. Its founder, Klaus Schwab, published a book last year titled COVID-19, The Great Reset. Although the book was written in 2020, 6 months after the start of the pandemic, it predicts a post-pandemic world in which nations will work more closely to address the challenges facing humanity. The World Economic Forum organizes an annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland, for elite leaders from business, government, and culture. This meeting has always attracted attention and suspicion from global conspiracy theorists who see it as an international summit of people plotting to take over the world. It is easy to dismiss such theories, and most should be discarded. But the fact is that these business, media, and government leaders already control much of the world. They influence, lead, and shape entertainment, education, and the media. They have immense power, influence, and wealth, and many of them aim to bring about significant changes in the world. The fact is that this group really exists, and its members are indeed thinking of ways to create a very different world, more akin to a global political entity. The term transnational is used to describe the world that many would like to see emerge in the future. In their view, the path to equity, peace, and brotherhood across the earth is a transnational world with fewer borders, less nationalism, and a single governmental structure. Transnationalism is nothing new and has existed for a long time. Since the end of World War II and the creation of the United Nations, global transnational reset has continued its tireless march. The World Health Organization, the World Bank, the International Court of Justice in The Hague, and many other international bodies were formed with the intention of promoting unity, peace, and stability and preventing a return to the global war that ravaged the world twice in the 20th century. Apart from Donald Trump, most U.S. presidents and their administrations in this period have supported the transnational global vision to varying degrees. The U.S. State Department has worked to foster close integration between U.S. policy and the goals of the international community. President George H.W. Bush was a significant advocate of the global world order. His actions after the fall of the Iron Curtain and the collapse of the Soviet Union laid the foundation for the world order we see today. Reordering the world and our way of life. What truly matters regarding the world's richest and most powerful men is that they are interested in reconfiguring the world and the way we live. What they say about it is significant, and we should pay attention. With this in mind, I read Mr. Schwab's book, co-written with economist Jerry Malaret. COVID-19, The Great Reset is vague, superficial, and lacking in detailed plans for a reset. It is not exactly a detailed manifesto for a global order to take over the world. The lens through which this book, and others advocating the same idea, should be seen is the fundamental understanding that the global elite is made up of transnationality with no national loyalty. They consider countries and borders as obstacles to be eliminated. From their perspective, national governments are relics of a bygone era to be discarded, and countries are convenient places where global companies like Coca-Cola, Amazon, or Apple exist to serve the global community. References to the social contract between the individual and the state argue that the latter has failed to ensure justice, equity, and freedom for all peoples and races. Citing examples like the Black Lives Matter movement and the sexual gender revolution, the authors argue that existing governments have not fulfilled their promises and lack ideas and policies to address the challenges of protests and demonstrations in the streets of the United States and other countries. The need for a new social contract is implied but not defined. The role of the United States as a global leader has ended. There is a theme that appears very clearly in this book. The time of the United States as a global leader is coming to an end. One of its sections explains it like this: the power and prosperity of the United States have been built and reinforced thanks to the world's trust in the dollar and the willingness of foreign customers to hold it, often in the form of U.S. government bonds. This has allowed the United States to borrow cheaply abroad and benefit from low interest rates at home, enabling Americans to consume beyond their means. This was written just after the first wave of government money approved by the U.S. Congress to deal with the economic consequences of the pandemic. Since then, more trillions have been distributed, pushing U.S. debt to nearly $30 trillion. Schwab and Malaret rightly point out that this is unsustainable. Both governments and international banks that rely on the belief that the United States can handle this debt have their limits. They conclude, this unsustainable path will worsen in the post-pandemic and post-financial rescue era. This argument suggests that something significant will have to change, either through a much reduced geopolitical role or increased taxes, or both, otherwise, the growing deficit will reach a threshold beyond which non-American investors will refuse to finance it. A fundamental idea associated with any reset would be the replacement of the United States in its role of global leadership. This book certainly envisions such a global future, and it is a consistent feature in most efforts advocating for a global reset. To be clear, the United States has many serious problems, any of which could lead to the collapse of its current global role. One of them is the increasing national debt. This nation is currently in an unprecedented and simply unsustainable spending marathon. Inflation is rising as an oversupply of cheap dollars undermines the value of goods and services. The debt the United States continues to accumulate is being financed by other nations, but the day of reckoning is approaching. The question is when. Until that day comes, the United States still has the world's strongest economy and the most powerful military. Its naval strength still maintains peace on the planet's maritime routes. However, currently, the United States is bitterly divided politically and culturally. Decades of social changes have given rise to a deeply ingrained ideology that aims to rewrite the nation's social contract. Efforts to make people believe that its foundation was based solely on slavery and injustice have taken root. The teaching of critical race theory seeks to divide people, changing their views through the lenses of malicious racial ideas. A change already underway. The idea of a Great Reset is already underway and well advanced in the United States, only using different labels and terminology. If the ideas driven in the areas of education, government, and media lead to the desired outcome for the nation, it will be unrecognizable in a few years. This is not a conspiracy theory but an observation of the reality evident in reading the websites of the various organizations involved in this effort to reset the United States. Readers of the Good News should understand what is happening. The United States is at a very critical moment, perhaps the most dangerous in its history. Although still the leading nation in almost every category, it is paralyzed by its own serious national sins while facing a changing world led by those aspiring to overthrow the current world order and take leadership. China is one of the main contenders, while other countries like Russia are meddling in crucial aspects posing imminent danger, such as cyberattacks, also attributed to China. Other regional powers, like Turkey and Iran, seek to reshape the future of the Middle East. The current proponents of the idea of a Great Reset have their own goal, shaping a new global order. To counter the influence of the United States, they support China's goal of becoming the dominant world power and achieving its alleged rightful position as a superior culture. Meanwhile, the European Union, EU, has a similar mission, shaping a world aligned with its historical culture and vision. Our world is about to see a shift in power relations in the coming years, perhaps in the very near future. The COVID-19 pandemic will likely be the beginning of the opening to this new world, as historically pandemics have reshaped the world order. The plague that struck Constantinople in the mid-6th century AD is an example of this. Its impact determined the future of Europe and the Middle East in the post-collapse period of the Western Roman Empire. What experts, leaders, and those seeking to create a new world order do not know or understand is the biblical vision of the world revealed in the Bible. The inspired Word of God lays out His plan through the ages, including not only the history of salvation but also the map of the world's history from its beginning to its conclusion. A profound understanding of what begins in Genesis and concludes in the book of Revelation provides the fundamental missing dimension of history guided by God, also known as prophecy. Historians and political thinkers examine history and make predictions based on national power and observed patterns. A retrospective look at history easily identifies Egypt, Rome, France, Russia, Great Britain, and the United States as dominant powers. Many factors such as geography, technology, wisdom, and technological advancement can explain the rise of great powers in the past, but this alone cannot explain why some reached great heights and others did not. Why, in the 5th century, for example, did the nomadic Huns not invade the entire ancient Roman Empire, nor did the world see a long succession of emperors descended from Attila? Why, in the 15th century, did China not emerge from its Asian fortress to dominate European powers and spread its culture to distant lands? And who would have predicted in the early 7th century that a dominant world religion would emerge from the sands of Arabia to spread its influence across the ancient lands of Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome? History through another lens. Is there perhaps another prism through which to view history? There is. You are reading a source that examines the Word of God, the Bible, to understand why the world works as it does and why some nations are rich and others poor. There is a purpose that can help you understand why empires have risen and fallen throughout time and why the current world is on the verge of a reset that surpasses even the imagination of those working hard to create it. The Bible shows why there is injustice, racism, and failed governments that keep their people enslaved under systems that deprive them of freedom, proper education, economic opportunities, proper healthcare, and knowledge of the right values. It also shows the origin of a coming global reset different from any other planned or sought by the world's elites. The book of Revelation is the prophetic message of Jesus Christ to the modern world. As a commentary on spiritual, political, and human affairs, it is very accurate. It shows us a coming world superpower that will dominate the world for a brief period to create a time of peace and stability that will astonish all of humanity. This power, which scriptures call Babylon the Great, will weave a deceptive web of seductive spirituality, economic prosperity, and peace among nations. The images in Revelation 17 depict a woman dressed in scarlet, astride a fantastic beast with multiple heads and horns. It is the image of a combined church-state power that controls world events in the end times. World leaders have cooperated with this woman, a symbol of world spiritual authority, to the point where they can no longer see, speak, think, or act with wisdom, prudence, or truth. This is what it means to commit fornication and be drunk with the wine of her fornication, verses 1-6. What happens in verses 12 and 13 is crucial to our discussion of the Great Reset. The 10 horns which you saw are 10 kings who have received no kingdom as yet, but they receive authority for 1 hour as kings with the beast. These are of one mind, and they will give their power and authority to the beast. Here is described a moment when world leaders surrender their national sovereignty to a supranational government that ensures world order at a time of crisis that threatens to bring everything down. A leader with ideas and a plan will emerge at the head of this geopolitical alliance and offer a promising future to the citizens of the world, helping them overcome these challenging times. Life, as everyone wants it, will continue. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic and the government's response to it, we have been observing how this great system begins to take shape. A careful analysis and understanding of what the scriptures say can help us see the features of the emerging new order. Can we recognize what is happening? The book of Revelation describes a moment when nations combine their power into a world system that achieves the ancient dream of a tower reaching into heaven, Genesis 11:4, New International Version. Technology not only promises a comfortable and connected world but also the hope of a very long life and possibly even immortality, thanks to medical technology. The ability to reach space and extend human civilization seems closer to reality. Global economic development has progressed, and goods and services of the global community move freely across sea and land, generating wealth for multinational companies and a better standard of living for much of the world. Revelation 18 describes a similar scene when it speaks of goods sent around the world under the direction of the government structure of this end-time Babylon. We see this even now, but what is described is much larger, and every shipmaster, all who travel by ship, sailors, stood at a distance, verse 17. The transition to a more integrated global economy is advancing relentlessly. Most multinational companies no longer see themselves as large national companies. They have offices worldwide, employing people of all nationalities. Call centers serve customers from India, while virtual meetings involving employees from various continents have become commonplace. The transition to a global standard of currency exchange and governance would only be the logical next step. The idea of a global order advocating for universal values applicable to all people, regardless of their sexual or gender identity, race, ethnicity, or national identity, is increasingly accepted. Any distinction that does not conform to the evolving global norm is considered backward, detestable, and discriminatory. Now we are seeing how attitudes and values are being shaped to accept as normal the LGBTQ agenda and the conditioning behind critical race theory. We see it in the rewriting of national history. In the United States, if enough young people of the next generation can be convinced that it is not worth saving the nation's history, a major goal will have been achieved. Then it will be easy to dismiss the country's exceptional and blessed condition and instead adopt a different historical perspective as part of a global order that promises freedom, justice, and liberty for all to live and act as they please, within, of course, limits approved by their leaders. Do not think that this cannot happen. Does it sound impossible? Do you believe it will never happen? Consider how quickly the world began to accept a pandemic shutdown in March 2020. In a matter of days, schools closed, all non-essential businesses shut down, professional sports came to a halt, and people started working from home through Zoom. Voting was not allowed, the discussion ended as quickly as it started, and the new reality became the new normal. The original 2 weeks to flatten the curve and the temporary or unnecessary use of masks turned into a year and a half, and more in some places, of national upheaval. By midsummer 2020, many were fed up, and some states gradually reopened only to close again if a surge of cases occurred. It wasn't until mid-2021 that much of the world resumed domestic travel, while a majority of the world remained closed to foreign travel. And now, some are calling for it all to be done again. Many have marveled at the nature of the global shutdown we have experienced and its impact on culture. Relationships were disrupted. All age groups showed a marked increase in anxiety and drug abuse, and overdose deaths skyrocketed. The impact of what happened will take years to understand. However, it all happened quickly, and a majority cooperated in the name of science, health safety, and goodwill. Imagine a future calamity and its consequent reaction. As we have seen, governments decreed, and people complied, many at the expense of their own detriment. And certainly, this is not over. The events described in the apocalypse will happen through governmental decree. The whole world will readjust, and people will soon realize that they are stuck in a trap, a dead end of tribulation, as Satan knows he has only a short time to take over the kingdoms of this world. The book of Revelation describes the final stages of the upcoming Great Reset, the rise of a coalition of nations that will establish a system that the Bible calls Babylon. For a while, everything will seem fine, and while the world praises this system and benefits from economic cooperation, it will reject the servants of God who testify against it and resist falling under the authority of its mark. We are living in a historic and prophetic moment like that of the time of the prophet Jeremiah. Jeremiah's messages were addressed to nations being uprooted and overthrown. The old order was being reconfigured in a time of building and planting. Babylon rose to lead and establish the pattern of a world order that has endured into the modern era. We are witnessing the beginning of a final resurgence of this ancient system that defies the purpose and plans of the living God. Hopefully, we all have eyes to see what is happening today. Fortunately, as Revelation also shows, the world will not remain stuck in the dark times ahead because God has His own great reset coming after this, the greatest reset of all time, which will begin with the return of Jesus Christ and the establishment of the kingdom of God over all nations. See God's Great Reset, starting on page 13. Let us pray that this ultimate reset of the world comes quickly. The author's biography. Milco Baute Lopez, a Cuban writer, editor, and educator of international acclaim, has woven a fascinating trajectory over the decades. His pen, infused with passion and creativity, has been a beacon of knowledge and artistic expression since 1992 when he began enlightening the world with his insightful articles. The most significant chapter of his life was written on December 10, 1995, when Milco crossed borders and oceans to settle in the United States. This land of opportunities became his new home, and in 2001, with a profound sense of belonging, he embraced U.S. citizenship, merging his Cuban roots with his love for cultural diversity. The pursuit of knowledge and wisdom has always been a constant in Milco's life. This passionate autodidact, eager to nourish his intellect, embarked on a remarkable academic journey. He studied philosophy through an online course offered by the University of Edinburgh in the United Kingdom, and in 2016, he successfully completed his academic journey, becoming a graduate of this venerable institution. Milco Baute is not only an accomplished writer but also a prolific author. From 2008 to the present, he has given life to more than 80 books, showcasing his literary talent in both English and Spanish. In addition to his personal work, Milco plays a pivotal role in the publishing industry. As an editor, writer, and distributor, collaborating with other authors to bring their stories to the world. One cannot fully grasp the rich palette of Milco's experiences without mentioning his technical background as a graduate in Cuba in 1986 as a technician in electrical power systems. This distinguished profession led him to practice his craft with skill for over 2 decades before his passion for writing and education led him down new paths. In summary, the life of Milco Baute Lopez is a symphony of creativity, perseverance, and dedication. His journey from the Cuban shores to the borders of the United States, through academic exploration and prolific literary production, is a testament to his unwavering spirit and commitment to cultural enrichment and knowledge in all its forms. Audiobook created by Baute Production Publisher. Tampa, Florida, United States of America. Telephone number, 813-693-8879. Email, authors@usa.com.